Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Committee of the Whole meeting of Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020. Just a reminder that this is a committee meeting, so there'll be no final decisions made here today, just recommendations to the next council meeting. I'll ask item 2 for a motion for the adoption of the agenda, please. Councillor Elmsley and Yo. All in favor? That's passed. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest on anything on today's agenda? Seeing none, we'll move right into item 4, which is deputations. Item 4.1 is a deputation from Robert Mangoni, proposed listing of 100 Front Street East, Bob Cajun, on the Heritage Register and relates to item 7.3 on the agenda. Mr. Mangoni, there you are. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Perfect. Thank you.
And we can hear you. So just a reminder to all our deputants, you have 5 minutes, sir, and go ahead. You're on.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor and staff. My name is Roberto Mangoni. I own the property at 100 Front Street East. I received a letter about a month ago, possibly making my property a heritage site. And I bought the house over 2 years ago because there was history of the Boyd family having part of that. And unfortunately, disappointed in finding out some stuff in the front of the house, which is the historic part of the house, that there's potential asbestos in all the walls. And the house was built just on top of the soil, which we're finding termites in all of the floor joists. And I moved in about a month ago, and I started finding out all that stuff. We had put some drywall up to hold the plaster in, and that's where I'm at right now. I'm opening up a local business downtown Bob Cajun, and I moved to the property to be closer to my work. And I basically don't know what to say about making this heritage. The building's falling apart, and I'd advise council not to make it heritage, so I can do something about it and rebuild the property again.
Okay, so I'll get a motion to receive, Mr. Mangoni, and we'll see if there's any questions for you. A motion to receive, please. Councillor Seymour Fagan and Vale. Are there any questions for Roberto? Go ahead, Kathleen.
Yes. Hi, Roberto. I don't think it's for Roberto. I think it would be for Emily. So maybe when the report comes up, because the designation, I don't know if this actually affects you being able to do anything. Have you been told that you were not able to do anything to your property with this designation?
Well, the letter was basically pretty, just telling me that there's a potential that they can make it historic, just with further experience of being historic, you can't touch the house. And even trying to rebuild the house to just make it stand up, it'd be virtually impossible with the asbestos and the floor, all the wood deteriorating. So I wouldn't know how you would save the front section of the Boyd residence cottage. And that's how we left off. And then she signed me up for this meeting.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I think we'll have to ask Emily about this, right? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we can ask when we get to the report. It is just to put it on the Heritage Registry. It's not to designate it as a heritage building. So I believe the only constraint that puts on it at this time on the registry would be that you have to get permission to demolish the house. It's not designating it a heritage house, but we'll deal with that when we get to the report. So, okay. Councillor O'Reilly, go ahead.
Thank you. Just through to you. Just out of curiosity, did you have a house inspection, and do you have title insurance?
I have title insurance, yes.
Did you get a house
and
inspection
for the front? We had a water leak a couple years back, and that was the water leak in one of the additions throughout the years. And basically they were at the edge of, they didn't do the IC termites. So I don't need an inspector, but if I had to get that for you guys to see it, we'll get it. Asbestos 1800s, 100%. There's in the plaster walls still the wood lath, and that's where we're at right now. But I haven't got a physical report from an engineer.
Thank you.
Is it your intent, Roberto, to demolish the house, or just to do some, obviously some major renovation to get it where it's a little bit more stable?
Well, really the front part, well, to make it, there's all bits and pieces of the house. The floor is off by 6 inches. It's to make it fix, you can't fix it. You got to basically start from the scratch. The house is built on top of dirt. So footings, there's nothing there. So to put footings there, how do you lift the house up? But I got the house to, because there would have been some heritage in there, but fortunately, day by day, we're looking, it's worse and worse that I'm looking to see. So I'm just, I got the letter, I talked to Emily, and I was going to be going in for a permit when I was going to see if I can get drawings done. And this issue would have came up, I guess, when I went to town for a demo permit.
Okay, so your ask of council is that 100 Front Street East be removed from the Heritage Registry that's coming up on our agenda later today. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions for Mr. Mangoni? Seeing none, we have a motion to receive. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you, sir. What comes up later on our agenda, we'll see what we can do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 4.2 on our agenda is a request, a deputation, a request for sidewalks along Commerce Road in Lindsay. Betty Giuches. Betty, there you are. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you for saying my name perfectly.
Well, I had lots of help. I practiced all morning, so thank you for that. And I'll just remind you, you have
4 years and I still don't get it right sometimes.
Yeah, I just remind you have 5 minutes, but you're up. We can hear you, so go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Council of the City of Kawartha Lakes. My name is Betty Guches, and I'm here today on behalf of the community of Cloverlee, located in the southwest area of Angeline and Kent. If you would refer to your map for the location, I believe you have maps, right? We'd like to thank you for allowing us this opportunity, and we hope that my presentation will convince you to approve this. The request is to extend the sidewalk on Commerce Road from Nick's Tire to Kent Street. If you refer to the map again, the yellow highlighted area is Commerce Road, and where the horizontal line south of that is where we are, and north of that is the question or the area of concern. I'll tell you our reasons. First and foremost is the safety of the pedestrians, which I can assure you are the residents in the neighborhood that use this street. When walking north on Commerce on the east side, the sidewalk ends abruptly at Nick's Tire, at which time you are forced to walk on the road. It is a challenge for not just one person, but imagine a family with children, or perhaps a stroller, or an elderly couple going to one of the many shops and services offered along Commerce Road. It is in fact one of the reasons many of the residents here decided to move to this section of Lindsay, the closeness of amenities without having to get into your car. We actually question the reasoning of the City of Kawartha Lakes approving the connection on Commerce Road to the neighborhood, which extends to at least 200 homes and more if you include the older section that extends to McLaughlin and Mary Street and beyond. Commerce is an extremely busy street. Consider what businesses are located on that stretch: the bakery, the laser center, lighting supply store, the butcher shop, Lindsay Mall, Gary's Garden Gallery, and the driver permit center at the mall, which presents a new argument for safety. These drivers are already nervous for their test. The terrible road conditions are also an issue. Potholes that fill up with water after a rainfall and plowed snow in the winter. We are forced to walk in the middle of the road, and that's not safe. At this point, I'd like to draw your attention to the petition. We have 57 signatures, and that may seem like a small amount to you, but it certainly wasn't for lack of trying. The COVID pandemic has been a roadblock to obtaining more signatures of support. Going door to door is impossible at this time, which I'm sure you understand. But here are a few comments from the supporters. Number one, the biggest reason for the sidewalk is the safety of the residents. Please let's not wait until someone gets hurt. Number two, we need safe places for people to walk rather than drive to the mall from the Cloverlee neighborhood. Completing the sidewalk will be a step in the right direction. Number three, while walking with my husband and grandchildren, a speeding vehicle forced us into the ditch. Number four, traffic volume on Commerce Road has increased greatly since the Wallace Street, Broad Street connection has opened. I walk to the mall via Commerce Road daily and have felt on many occasions uneasy as cars have passed by be far too close to be putting me at risk of serious injury or worse. I ask you now that you refer to the photos. The first photo shows the side, well, it doesn't, the sidewalk's not on the picture, it's the end of the sidewalk on the east side of Commerce, which ends. You are forced to cross the street so that you can walk facing oncoming traffic. Photographs 2 and 3, you are approaching the curve. You can see that there are lots of high bushes obstructing the view of both pedestrians and oncoming vehicles. Stepping off the road, you can see that there is not much room to walk and a steep ditch is there too. What do you do if you were pushing a stroller and a truck comes barreling around the corner? How would you feel? And what if there are vehicles coming from each way? It has happened to me and many of my neighbors, and it is frightening. Photograph number 4, you made it around the corner, but an oncoming vehicle could force you to the grass, and that ditch, as you can see, is awfully close to the curb. The 5th photograph shows a group of women. There were 3 of them. One is taking the photo to show the point, walking to the bakery. Again, imagine if a vehicle came around the corner. It's horrible and dangerous. Thanks for listening, Council. I hope my presentation has made it clear to you how important our request is. We invite you to take a walk with us one day along Commerce Road and see for yourself. I can assure you the experience will verify the facts that we have presented. It is very important to us that this issue is addressed before there is a terrible tragedy. Thank you.
Thanks, Betty. I appreciate that. I'll get them. We'll see if there's any questions for you. I'll ask for a motion to receive the deputation and the correspondence that came with it. And can I suggest that we refer this issue to staff for connectivity options with a report back in Q2 of 2021? I think that's the best option to get some options back. Will you move that, Councillor O'Reilly? Second by Councillor Richardson. Question, go ahead.
Thanks very much, Betty, for our presentation today and getting the petition forward. Yes, it certainly is a busy area. We've spoken before, and so I think, as the mayor said, we'll send it back to staff. We'll get a report coming forward, and we'll go from there.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any other questions for the deputant? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? That's passed. So we'll, just as the councillor mentioned, Betty, we'll refer that to staff. We'll get a report back and we'll see what our options are.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming today. Appreciate it.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. Item 4.3 is another deputation by Mike Perry and Dennis Geelan, resident efforts to adjust to the new normal under COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Perry and Geelan, are you there?
Yes, we are, Mr. Mayor.
Hello, how are you? Okay, we can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
Very well, thank you.
Okay, I'll just remind you, you have 5 minutes and I'll turn it over. You guys can work it out. Go ahead.
Here we go very quickly. I'll do an intro and Dennis will come in with the substance. Hello, councillors and Mr. Mayor. It's really nice to see you all, especially around this smaller table as you are. I'm glad you're all keeping well. It's nice to be back in front of you. And the reason that we're here today, again, very briefly, is with regard to the pandemic recovery in our area. And we're very honored to be able to present, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the idea, to present today when the Economic Recovery Task Force is also presenting its findings. Just by coincidence, it turned out that during COVID, I was taking a university course. And during that course, part of the project was doing a campaign. And there were a lot of moving parts around this course. And so what my campaign idea was to work at this and see, because I've been hearing from a number of people, and not your usual suspects, a lot of people from a variety of backgrounds, that, you know, we can do better coming back economically from COVID. Is there a way to build back better, as the slogan has come? A lot of people said, you know, the market really obviously didn't cause COVID, but it didn't protect us either. A lot of people are hurting and suffering economically and are trying to recover from this pandemic. And so we began a process, the core leadership team and I, as you'll see, Dennis Geelan, who's here with us today, Lorraine Hale, Helen Scott, and Jolie Schleidler-Benz, to consult around how we can find ideas that are outside the box, basically. I was very encouraged to hear that you, Mr. Mayor, are open to doing things differently as we move back from the pandemic. And so really what this is intended to provide are some ideas. And that's all, council, some ideas that may be a bit more outside the box, that we can finally build on to make our communities more sustainable, to make them more economically viable within the means of the planet, and to also maybe make us more shock-proof. Because we really are, I think, as the pandemic is showing, being more relational than necessarily transactional as people. We need a new way of being economically. And this really is a moment to seize. And I know we've been told for so long there's no alternative to the way things are, but we're here to say today that that's nonsense. And we've consulted people in a broad sense and want to offer, some alternatives that we have found. We had a People's Economy Summit. We wanted to consult the people and see what people thought about new ways of doing things economically and being economically, not just with our heads and our hands, but with our hearts as well. And Trent University helped host this. We had more than 80 participants online to give ideas. I attended a meeting, and Dennis Geelan was attending as well, the Innovation Working Group for the Economic Recovery Task Force. We spoke with the manager of Community Economic Development. We had a meeting. And then we had some online sessions as a group, and also had a hotline for people who weren't online to be able to call in with ideas and to email. And so again, we don't present this to compete, obviously, with the work of the Pandemic Task Force, the Recovery Task Force, but rather to complement and provide some other ideas for council to take under consideration. There's a role for everyone to play here. And as you'll see in the document we provided, we've highlighted those that are particularly can implement council in red. And I'll hand it over to Dennis now to kind of go through those very briefly.
Perfect. Thanks, Mike. Yeah, as Mike mentioned, through the various summits and virtual meetings and the hotline feedback, we did come up with a top 7 list of ideas. And you can see there that we believe that these ideas can be spearheaded or implemented by either individuals, community groups, organizations, or municipalities. So the ones in red are the ones that we're saying, hey, maybe the municipality needs to spearhead and get behind these ones. We'd like to draw your attention to those 3. So the top one being incentives for co-ops and social enterprises. And then the bottom 2, you can see there a home retrofit program to reduce the homeowners and landlords' reliance on fluctuating energy market. And we do have some examples and case studies there where that's being done in other municipalities. And then the bottom one there is to lobby for provincial and federal governments and help retool the Fleetwood plant. We believe that it could really be utilized now that we're moving into more of a green energy technology space.
Oh, I think Dennis Geelan has frozen out. Can people still hear me, council?
We can still hear you. Yeah, Dennis is frozen.
I think Dennis has frozen out. So until he rejoins, I can just recap by saying that, again, the ideas that we came out with, doing better than, the same old or the known and familiar, business as usual. How do we really do business as better? And there's room here for Kawartha Lakes to position itself as a real home for co-ops and social enterprises, to do a retrofit program that doesn't have to cost a lot of money. Guelph, Hamilton, and Newmarket have done this in different ways, especially around municipal taxation and homeowner improvement credits. And then also, how can we get the provincial and federal government involved here to be an offshoot of Green Jobs Oshawa, to do some green technology here locally? And rather than simply raise taxes or cut costs, are there investments that the city can make that will pay dividends and help with the municipal bottom line? So in Dennis not logging back on yet, we simply commend these to council and to staff for your consideration. We'll continue to work on them with our end. We enjoy a very good relationship with councilors and with city staff. And again, we're here to complement and provide additional recommendations and work together moving forward.
Okay, I think we got it. I think he covered for you, Dennis. He stepped in there pretty good. So We'll just see
Sorry
if
about
there's, do you have anything you want to add? We're over our 5 minutes, but is there, I think Mike summed it up pretty good. Do you have anything else, or?
No, I think we're good.
Okay, thank you. I'll get a motion to receive the deputation and the correspondence in our folders, Councillor O'Reilly and Seymour Fagan. Are there any questions for either of the deputants? Seeing none, we'll receive that information. We appreciate you taking the time to share that with us. These are some great ideas. Thank you. You had a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council. Nice to see you
Hang on
all.
one sec. Councillor Elmsley has a question.
Oh, sure.
I was just wondering if it would be appropriate to refer this to the pandemic task force and see the economic development pandemic task force to see if there was a place for it in their going forward, for them to look at it.
Well, I think by receiving it and the correspondence, we're receiving it in from a city perspective. Our recommendations are coming to the task force today, so we can certainly have that discussion at the time. But if you want to add that to refer it to the task force, we can certainly do that. I don't think it hurts. You okay with that, Councillor Seymour, Fagan, and O'Reilly? Okay, we'll do that. I'll call, any other questions? I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion is passed. Thanks, gentlemen, for joining us. I appreciate it.
Thank you,
very
Council.
much.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move into item 4.4, which is a request for the creation of a pedestrian pathway in Bobcaygeon. Richard Fetty and John Bush. Mr. Fetty and Bush, are you there? There you are, sir. How are you?
We are here.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, we can hear you okay, so we'll reminder you got 5 minutes. Go ahead, gentlemen.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, councilors, senior city staff, thank you for this opportunity to speak before council. And also thank you to Chris Marshall and Kathleen Seymour Fagan for your list of yes buts, the questions that'll need to be answered in order for council to make an informed decision for us. In just a moment, and certainly within the 5 minutes, I'll list the 3 things that are requested of the city. But first, I'd like to summarize the reasons for this request. Bobcaygeon needs a safer alternative to the current pedestrian crossing at County Road 36 and Mill Street in Bobcaygeon. Does council have a picture of the map in front of you?
We do, sir. We have the correspondence in our folder. Yes, sir.
Okay, terrific. This is a very busy intersection, and for pedestrians to cross, it usually requires a long wait and then a quick sprint, and often both of those. The Bobcaygeon Active Transportation Plan, which was endorsed by City Council, identified a safer alternative. And that is to utilize the pathway that begins at Squires Row in Port 32, proceeding behind the Bobcaygeon Medical Building. And most of this pathway runs along the city's utility corridor, but a smaller portion would need to cross both some private property that's owned by the medical building and also across city property that leads to the traffic lights at 36 and King Street. Lorne Newton, the new owner of the medical building property, is willing to consider a tax receipt for the fair market value of the land. He's willing to donate this free of charge to the city in order to facilitate this safer pedestrian crossing. And finally, I want to say that W&G Landscaping, a city preferred contractor, estimates that the path can be completed for about $8,000. And that includes the stone, the grading, and the culvert. to state the obvious, this is a tough time for everybody. And I know that city budgets are extremely tight, but this is a safety issue, and I think it's important that it be addressed, and sooner rather than later. I don't know how many car accidents there's been at Mill Street and 36, but in the 9 years that I've lived here, I've seen 2. And I think it's only a matter of time before there's a pedestrian accident. And I hope we can solve this problem before that happens. We're requesting 3 things of the city, and they are, in our estimation, in order of urgency. Number 1, agreement in principle to provide a tax receipt to the owner of the Bob Cajun Medical Center for the fair market value of land that he's willing to donate to the city. That's the first thing. The second is consideration for inclusion of about $11,000 in the 2021 city budget to complete the donation of this land. Again, the land itself donated at no cost, but I think we will require a property survey. We estimate about $1,500, property appraisal, again, about $1,500, and the construction of the path, $8,000. So that's the second thing that we ask of the city. And the third thing would be periodic snow removal. And perhaps this could be done when it's also required at the nearby Mill Street pathway, our sidewalk. I guess the last thing I'll say is that we obviously weren't able, under the conditions of COVID, to do a Bob Cajun wide survey, but we were able to do an electronic survey within Port 32, so of just under 400 homes, and we got responses back from about 2/3 of those homes, and 87% of the community were strongly in favor of this recommendation. And I'm sure I don't have to tell council that to get 87% of any community group to support something indicates a strong need. I think that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll just, we'll see if there's any questions for either yourself or Mr. Bush. I'll ask for a motion. I think what we should do is receive the deputation and the correspondence. And can I suggest we refer back to staff for an update on the process to move this forward with a report back in Q2 2021. If it's a budget issue, we can deal with it in 2021. It doesn't have to be part, it's not a huge amount. But will you move that, Councillor Seymour Fagan? I think that's a good direction. Second to Councillor Richardson. Any questions for either of the deputants at this time? Councillor Seymour Fagan, go ahead.
I do, thank you, through you. I'm just wondering, because it does connect Port 32 specifically to the town, is it just Port 32 or are there other homes and I know that the community center's there, but there are other people that would be using this trail?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Seymour Fagan. Yeah, yes, it really is a two-way requirement or need, because I know when we talked to others about this, there was a consideration that it might be primarily a convenience for the people that live in Port 32 to make it across the road, but I think it's important to consider it as a safety matter, and there is two-way traffic across that dangerous intersection. We've got Forbert Pool, Riverview Park, and as you said, obviously the medical center, the foot care center, the dental office and the walk-in clinic that folks on the west side have to cross over to the east side. So it does affect the whole community.
Thank you. I just have one more, because you mentioned snow removal in the wintertime. What was the path going to be made of?
I can answer that, Richard, if you like.
Sure, thanks, John.
The pathway will be the existing gravel, and one stretch is already paved by the former home builder. And the plan is to put some limestone screenings on it, like a typical park pathway would be, about 8 feet wide. The snow plowing already occurs beside the Essel station on the paved walkway that was put in a few years ago down to the Edgewood condominium. And so the snow removal equipment is already there in the winter. So crossing the street to do this short path wouldn't add a whole lot of work to city staff during the winter months.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further questions? We have a motion. We'll call the question. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you, gentlemen. I think this is a good idea. So we'll get some information back from staff and figure out how we can, the best way to move this forward as quick as we can. So thank you for bringing it to our attention today. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Item 5.1 is some correspondence we received regarding a proposed growers retail at 566 Frank Hill Road in Kawarthas Lakes. It's just correspondence. We just need a motion at this time to receive the correspondence, please. Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Richardson. Any questions, comments on the correspondence? Councillor Elmsley, go ahead.
Is somebody going to respond to the correspondence?
I don't know. What would you like the response to be?
They ask some questions and raise some points in it. And I think that the city should probably respond to it. I don't know whether it'd be Ms. Carlson or somebody in planning.
I think it's probably planning. The city has responded to this request. This is not a new request, and we've been going back and forth, and they're not liking the answer that they're getting. And so they're doing correspondence because of the Economic Recovery Task Force. They wanted to put it on there, creating jobs and getting in. But the city's, planning has taken a position that it needs to be rezoned. I've been involved in it. I agree with the city's position in this case. I've been talking with these gentlemen, the CEO of this company from out in British Columbia, and if they had started a rezoning a year ago, it would have been done when they first brought this to our attention, but they keep feeling there's another path to get there, and I'm not sure what kind of more of a response we can give them, but I can certainly follow up with staff if you like and make sure that we give them a response to their correspondence. So if you're okay with that. Any further questions? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure who to address it to, but I had a question on why we have to consult Peterborough County because of this. It says within 1 kilometer, but do we do this the same situation if we have to consult Durham Region or Halliburton or any other municipality beside us? Do we have to always consult them? We have to get their permission?
That's a good question. I can't answer that. I'll turn it over to our ex-planner, the CAO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. In the Planning Act, it does prescribe who needs to be notified in certain circumstances. So it is in the Planning Act that any application within 1 kilometer, we need to provide notice to that abutting jurisdiction.
Okay. Any further questions on the correspondence? Motion to receive. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. Okay, so we've got a few presentations. Our first presentation is the Bee Hero Awards presentation. A group of very cool people that have done some amazing things in our community, and we wanted to bring it to council's attention and hand out a few certificates. So I'm going to turn it over to Councillor Richardson. Pat Warren is with us, and somebody else is with us. Oh, there's a whole bunch. I'm going to turn it over to Councillor Richardson and take it away. Go ahead.
Thank you, and through you. We're just waiting for the Brady Brunch screen here to get in place. The City of Kawartha Lakes City Pollinator Action Committee, along with the City of Kawartha Lakes Environmental Advisor Committee and Council, are very pleased to award the participants in the first annual Bee Hero contest today. The Pollinator Action Committee wanted to develop initiative during this difficult time and encourage those to get out in their gardens and make a difference with the pollinators. Oh, too close. Oh, sorry. This year, we've seen a huge surge of people enjoying their gardens and their own properties. The contest was open to everyone, residents, schools, churches, businesses, and farms. The participants were asked to try and plant a native pollinator plant or any single flower plant that hasn't been sprayed with pesticides and submit their before and after pictures. By planting pollinator-friendly plants, we are building a pollinator corridor across the City of Kawartha Lakes. I want to thank the participants and the Pollinator Action Committee for bringing this initiative to life. The committee is planning on making this an annual event, and thank you for all taking this initiative this year and making a difference across the City of Kawartha Lakes. I'll hand it over now to Pat Warren, who's the chair of the Environmental Advisor Committee and B City Kawartha Lakes.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Richardson. I want to thank the Pollinator Action Committee, the B City Kawartha Lakes, for bringing this initiative to life. But particularly, I want to thank Christine Zabados for suggesting the great initiative. Congratulations to all the winners. You'll be receiving a gift certificate to one of our native plant nurseries. Both of them are in Omimi. One is called Grow Wild, and the other one is Green Side Up. So here we go with the first annual Be a Hero winners in alphabetical order. Mary Lee Boston. She's the manager of Fenelon Falls and District Chamber of Commerce. There were many gardens and flower beds on our farm, and I've slowly been working to utilize the plants that already existed and update the gardens with pollinator-friendly plants and my favorite flowers. My goal is to create a space that is welcoming and relaxing for family and friends, while offering a little glimpse of beauty for those who are driving by. It is a work in progress, and I look forward to the journey. Congratulations, Mary Lee. Yay. Glenna Burns. Thank you for recognizing the importance of pollinating insects. The wooden container was built by my husband Chuck last year to house zinnias on the deck. It is one of the many gardens I cultivate. Each year, I save seeds and start plants indoors in the spring. I love zinnias because of the colors and how many species they attract. This year, there were monarchs, bees, and other flyers on the flowers. Congratulations, Glenna. Betty Jewell. My garden has been in the same location for as long as I can remember, long before we moved onto the family farm in 1987. The 45 by 12-foot vegetable plot kept my grandmother, aunt, mom, and myself, even as a youngster, canning and cooking all summer. We still have the original square footage, but gradually a part became flowers. Then rocks from the farm became a walkway and the vegetable space became smaller. Enjoying perennial flowers and visitors, we augmented the garden with 3 raised flower beds, and then over time, we changed to raised beds for our vegetables as well. Flowers have been interspersed with vegetables for beauty and as a companion plant to minimize pests for the vegetables. Over the years, we have experimented with many perennials, cucamelons, hascaps, horseradish, hops, apple, and pear trees. Many flowers are intentionally planted and promoted for our butterflies, bees, and some very friendly hummingbirds. Hardy sunflowers and hollyhocks arrive through accidental seeding and enjoy the season wherever they land in the garden. Flowers have their own seasons, so there is always something new to see. A seating area and arbor joined the garden this year, and we maintain hydration stations for our flying friends. Nothing is more peaceful than morning coffee or an evening cocktail, watching and listening to the birds, bees, and butterflies while marveling at the colors in nature. There's no better place to isolate. Well done, Betty, and congratulations. And then we have Jennifer Morris. My husband and I would never consider ourselves to have a green thumb, but we try to enhance our small garden out front of our house each year. This year, we decided to plant 2 ruby slipper oak leaf hydrangeas in the hopes to bring more color to our garden. At first, the blooms were white, but eventually turned to a beautiful dusty rose color. We were very happy with our purchase, with thanks for the local nursery who suggested them for our home. And we hope they bloom again in the spring for everyone to enjoy. Congratulations, Jennifer. Thank you. And then we have Catherine Petrosisi. 2020 has certainly been challenging, and like many Bobcagenites, my gardens became my happy place this summer. I worked on taking better care of my established shrub gardens, as well as a new secret, AKA bees and butterfly garden, we brought back to life. The garden was originally established 2 homeowners before us. We guess that it's been ignored and overgrowing for 14 years, 4 of those on our watch. Bringing back the perennial garden was backbreaking work, but the process was rewarding and encouraged us to stop and smell the flowers and take lots of pictures in the subtle day-to-day changes. As I am working from home now, a bench next to the garden became my morning coffee / office location, and my work breaks became active with weed pulling and watering. We noticed a lot more wildlife in the gardens, including the bees and butterflies we were hoping for, as well as frogs, toads, salamanders, chipmunks, and birds we had not seen in previous summers. The chipmunks indulged in eating most of my poppy flowers, but still left me a few. The process overall was a cathartic, welcome escape, and perhaps an upside of sorts to 2020. Thank you very much, Catherine, for all your hard work. And then we have Brinley and Bryce Ridgway. They're our youngest participants. Our garden is in its 2nd year. Last year, we used a mix of annuals and 3 perennials, delphinium, hostas, and double cross. This year, we received a Canadian Wildlife Federation pollinator kit and added blanket flowers, asters, bee balm, and yarrow to attract bees and butterflies. Our 2- and 4-year-old enjoyed learning about trees and butterflies and checked the bee house they made regularly for guests. They also loved pointing out where each plant should go, as well as digging the holes and watering the plants on dry days. Thanks again for the chance to take part. So many learning opportunities were brought to life and lots of memories were created. Thank you very much and congratulations. And finally, we have the Lindsay Community Garden. And Bonnie O'Neill, evidently she did the lioness's share of the work on the pollinator garden. And the Lindsay Community Garden is located on Fleming College's Frost campus, and the college provides many supports. There are 85 plots tended by individual gardeners, many of whom include flowers to attract pollinators for fruiting vegetables. Featured in our entry, though, were our shared communal plantings, an orchard, and a large pollinator / herb garden that has been enhanced over the years. The gardens have been a refuge and source of safe, pleasurable activity and social contact, particularly this year during the pandemic. And that's from Jamie Morris, who's the president of the Lindsay Community Gardens. Congratulations, everybody, and thank you for all the hard work to support our pollinators. Thank you.
Thanks, Pat. Appreciate that. Well done.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. On behalf of council, I'll just say thank you. When people in our community choose to take action, it certainly makes us a better place to live. and we very much thank you and appreciate you for improving our community. So on behalf of all of council, thank you, well done, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just ask for a motion to receive the presentation and congratulate the award winners, please. Councillor Richardson and Councillor Yeo. Any questions? All in favor? That's passed. Thank you very much and have a great day. Okay. Can you believe that? Get it? You knew it was coming. 6.2, Economic Recovery Task Force presentation. So a couple of folks are with us. John Gillis is here regarding, he's the president of the Innovation Cluster in Peterborough and the Kawarthas, so he's going to do part B of a presentation. And I think Rebecca Mustard is on the call. She's the manager of economic development, so she's going to give us an overview. But first, I just wanted to say for the Economic Recovery Task Force and the Community Pandemic Recovery Task Force, they're both doing presentations today. And I just wanted to say thank you to our entire community. We had working groups, we had subcommittees that were out consulting with people, we had public members who pitched in their time to get away from their business, away from their work, to contribute to on all ends of what we wanted to accomplish here when the pandemic hit. And I think we've got a couple of really good groups that did some really worthwhile work and really reached out into our community and come back with some great recommendations. So I just wanted to say thank you to everybody who participated and went through this, and we look forward to your presentations and helping our community recover from this pandemic at some point. But other than that, we're doing okay. So I'll turn it over to Rebecca. I'll start with you if you want to lead us off regarding the Economic Recovery Task Force presentation. Go ahead.
Afternoon, everybody. So we do have a presentation up. Thanks, Kathy. So the Economic Recovery Task Force was established by Council back in May, on May 26th. And it was put together to provide advice and recommendations to you, Council, and to staff on resources and supports to stimulate local economic recovery from the pandemic. The focus was on 3 strategic areas to support immediate and long-term needs of the community and businesses. And those areas were critical infrastructure investments, planning and development stimulus, and business recovery and support. So the task force met over the summer on Zoom. And the task force members that you had appointed as council were 4 councillors, Mayor Letham, Deputy Mayor Councillor O'Reilly, Councillor Seymour Fagan, and Councillor Vale. You also appointed 2 directors, so Director of Development Services, Chris Marshall, and the Director of Engineering and Corporate Assets, Juan Rojas. And then collectively, that core group brought 4 community members onto the task force because of their background and areas of expertise. And they will be on Alfredson, Jill Quast, Mark Wilson, and Tom Phillips. So the task force worked diligently over the summer and through fall. They gathered input from the business community through the COVID-19 business survey in May, the Jump In platform, and 2 working group sessions. Council also was presented with 2 sets of recommendations over the summer for immediate action, and today is bringing forward the action plan as per the terms of reference. So you'll see that this action plan that is being brought forward to you focuses on the 3 strategic areas, and it really proposes to do things differently by reprioritizing or reshaping existing activities to address the reality of a very much changing economy. The first area of focus you will see is infrastructure investment. Next slide, Kathy. Thank you. These actions are all included in the appendix of your council report, and the critical infrastructure investments are really about refinement, prioritization, and promotion of critical infrastructure projects that stimulate construction and job creation. And they are municipal projects, third-party construction projects, broadband being the most important infrastructure project that can take place in this community. The second focus area was on development stimulus, and you'll see this on the next slide here. This was about having a focused approach to streamlining execution of development policy and approvals for shovel-ready planning projects. The relaunch of the $1 Million Makeover program to stimulate private sector investment in buildings has launched again in the fall. And to date, we have seen a total investment of over $700,000 being put into our local economy from grants, loans, and private sector investment. One of the important features of this development stimulus, development approvals piece was the development of a spreadsheet of current planning applications and the introduction of a concierge process. So our planning team worked very diligently to pull all of the applications that are currently active in the municipality and categorize the status of where each of these applications are in the planning process, as well as the status of policy and special projects to enhance customer service. So the spreadsheet going forward is going to be an important tool to provide staff, management, and the public with a more timely response to their inquiries and to schedule applications for upcoming Planning Advisory Committee meetings. There are a total of 134 current applications in process. So this has been a significant amount of work, and our planning team has already seen some great outcomes because of this work that has been done. The concierge pilot program is another component to this development stimulus focus area. The goal of the program is to assist applicants going through right now at the site plan approval process by piloting their application in order to shorten the timelines within which these applications are approved. Right now, it's a 9-month pilot project to allow for these applications to go through the whole system. And we anticipate before we get to the end of these 9 months and this end of this pilot project, that we'll be looking forward to opportunities to continue to improve the interface and customer service and shorten the duration of, as best we can from our side, projects going through the development process. The final area of focus is around business recovery. So this started with a survey of local businesses to understand the local business experience, to identify gaps in current funding and support programs, and to propose initiatives that address immediate and future challenges to support businesses, and to shape local conditions to help our businesses transform into this new economy. And you'll see this, some of the actions on the next slide around business recovery. If you could drop it to the next one, Kathy, that would be great. Kathy, could you move it to the next slide?
She's trying.
Okay. Thank you. In the meantime, I'll keep talking and tell you what's coming up, and we can catch the slides up. There's two areas that I'd like to bring forward to you, a number of initiatives that have been underway in the last 8 months that are coming forward to really support businesses. One is around marketing. As you may be aware, the tourism marketing campaign ran in the summer and in the fall. It was primarily digital, and that was very intentional to make sure that we could be very responsive to the changing health regulations that were coming out and what visitors could come to our area. Tourism is one of our primary industries. And through this campaign, we saw a 250% increase in new website users and a lot of businesses coming to update their information on the exploreKawarthaLakes.com website, which was really great. The second area that was a big campaign was the Shop and Ears, the Shop Kawartha Lakes Shop Local campaign. We currently have 60 businesses participating. And this is a partnership between the city, our 4 chambers of commerce, and the BAA. And the program is really twofold. It's increasing local resident demand for our local businesses, and it's also building capacity with our local businesses to embrace digital platforms. The other area of business support thanks Kathy, is around transformation. And what we as a task force talked about was that the economy is changing. It's not going back to where it was, and things will need to be done differently. So we have at the city and with our partners a number of programs that are all about transformation of these businesses. Digital Main Street is a program that helps businesses enhance their online presence, social media, website, Google. And over the past year, we've had 103 businesses work with our digital service squad to enhance that online presence. 26 businesses in Kawartha Lakes received a digital transformation grant, which is a total of $65,000 injected into our local economy to improve their digital capacity. And we've just received funding for a second round of this program. And our aim is to work over the next couple of months with 120 businesses to improve their online presence. The Economic Development Division is also working with Fleming College, our Human Services team, and BCCS on a Manufacturing Agriculture Skills Advanced Ontario program, which is all around workforce development and helping our businesses find and keep the workforce that they need to do their business. Currently, we're working with 11 businesses and over the next 6 months looking to train 100 people, both job seekers and incumbents. Business retention, startup, expansion. We've seen over 400 consultations in 2020, working individually with businesses to help them navigate different systems, funding programs, get them into training or troubleshoot with them. And doing business differently, we run a lot of training out of economic development, and I'm sure other divisions around the city, we try and pull their training in as well. And we've had over 500 participants, business participants, be trained over the past year. Also, over the past year, the city has been party to the Kawartha Lakes Innovation Cluster pilot project, which was specifically designed by both of our organizations to provide specialized services to high-growth innovation and technology businesses. And the project has been a great asset to our local businesses over the past year, particularly including the pandemic. So an extension to the pilot project for another year is one of the task force recommendations that's before council today. And one of the requirements of our current project, the pilot project portion, is to provide council with an update on the status of this project to date. So to do this, John Gillis, who's the president of the Innovation Cluster, is with us. It's great to have him. We're thrilled with how the project has gone thus far, and I will turn it over to you.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Rebecca. Appreciate it. And thanks for all your support on this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council, and all the city staff. Without your support, we certainly wouldn't have been able to achieve what we achieved through this horrible situation that we're going through right now. But we were able to pull off some major successes. And kind of what the Innovation Cluster does. I'll just go through a few of the points. But if you didn't know, maybe we could skip through to the third slide. If you didn't know, 80% of all startups fall within the first 2 years. Through an incubation process and all our programming, we try to bring that down to minimum 30%. So with our programming, we've seen success rates much lower than that, in the 20% failure rate. So we have been very successful through our programming. Some of the nice things that we actually do is that we have office space for all our clients. We have an office space in the city of Peterborough, a 10,000 square foot office space. Downtown Peterborough, we have a small incubator in the Trent University. And as you see, we had an opening in February of the incubator in the city of Kawartha Lakes. So we can skip down one more. So there's our grand opening in February. We had all the dignitaries there, and it was quite an exciting opening. We basically built this at 180 Kent Street. It's approximately 2,000 square feet, or just under 2,000 square feet, with 4 or 5 offices and all the business machineries to operate. So we have free internet access, we have printing, all that kind of capabilities. So it's been quite a success for it. Some of the impacts that we've had in the area, just go in there, make sure we have connected with the local angel group in Peterborough. So we've had meetings, now virtual meetings, that we included potential clients for the angel group in Peterborough, as well as City Kawartha Lakes. Some of the increased awareness that we have, we had quite a bit of functions that we were doing. We had 10 published blogs, we had 7 press releases, we had 15 pickups. Virtual events, we had 28, which is surprisingly more than what we normally had. And basically we had to really pivot once we closed everything down, and we went totally virtual. So we had all our programming virtual, all our events were virtual. And out of that, we had almost 3,000 attendees through all our events. So it was quite an uptick what we had through this pivot. So what we were able to do is we were able to really put the City of Kawartha Lakes on the Canadian Technology Innovation Map through that virtual process. So it was a huge pivot to us, and we felt it was quite successful. Out of that, we were able to provide world-class support during a worldwide pandemic. One of our key speakers that we had was from the World Bank, and it was quite a large audience that we had. So being able to bring these people in, high quality people in for our virtual events is quite a success to us. Some of the stuff that we've done through COVID-19 response, we were able to implement video conference meetings, client portal implementation, cube lunch roundtables for all our networking, and that's our networking with our clients as well as some of our angel groups. Increased workshops and programming specific to COVID-19, and motivational Spotify playlists. So we had quite a few high-end people come in. Manjeet Menhas from the Dragon's Den was in during March, just before COVID hit, and then after that we had a number of high-end speakers as well. 1/3 of, well, I should start back. We started a new cohort called Women Breaking Barriers. 1 out of 3 of our clients that were in this program were from the City of Kawartha Lakes. So that was a huge participation. We actually had some people from the US attend this and are attending this, and their plans are to immigrate over to Canada through this Women Breaking Barriers. So just recently, we were designated the Startup Visa Program through Immigration Canada, and this will allow us to bring in startup companies throughout the world and basically land them either in the City of Peterborough or the City of Kawartha Lakes. So that's a huge plus for the innovation cluster. And we're the only one in Canada that has a rural destination for these startup companies. So it's a really big deal going forward. So going through some of the numbers which we basically had in our MOU with the City of Kawartha Lakes, we were looking at a total economic impact. Now this is on 3 quarters. And to explain this thoroughly is that we're going to have a huge uptick in the 4th quarter. 2 of our companies that are in the City of Kawartha Lakes have been able to secure an extremely large amount of money for investment into their companies. And one is pushing that he will be hiring over 1,000 people within the next 3 years. So hopefully those will all land in the city of Kawartha Lakes or surrounding areas. But our total impact, economic impact in the city of Kawartha Lakes for 3 quarters is almost $800,000. So we're far within our budget, and we'll be targeting for the end of the 4th quarter a much larger number than that, and which will be huge for the community. So total companies that we have right now in the innovation cluster, and we're always taking them in. And one of the big thing to explain is that through the pandemic, we had to close the office, and it's still closed right now. But we were able to get 12 companies in, even through the pandemic, and our target was 10. So we're quite a ways above our target, and we intend to increase that probably by another 3 or 4 by the end of the year. So some of the innovation companies that we do support, ID Hubs is one of our bigger ones, Horizon Aircraft, who probably some of you already know of. DayPad, they're actually going out doing other businesses that they will be bringing in as separate companies into the innovation cluster. Net Mechanics, Make Stuff Move, Mama Soup, and Mariposa. And Coupon Addict is a newer one that's in our Women's Breaking Barriers. That's pretty exciting businesses. So some of our feedback that we're getting from our customers, I'm not going to read it through because I don't have the full amount of time allocated for this, but we've had extreme positive feedback on the whole program. And if I was able to bring 1 or 2 companies on, Paul Tamlin or Mr. Robertson from Horizon Aircraft, I'm sure they would give us even more glowing results on the whole program that we do supply. So I just wanted to thank you very much. So far, it's been a huge success, and we see many more positive things going through for 2021. But one thing that's really important that I have to touch base on is that we survive on our partners, our core partners, and City Kawartha Lakes is one of our core partners, and we see them as a core partner. And that's funding. And without the funding, we would not survive and be able to support our clients that we do support. We support over 58 clients in City Kawartha Lakes and Peterborough, and without that funding, we would not be able to survive. And going forward, we certainly need to partner up on securing that so we can make sure that 2021 and beyond are complete success. So again, I want to thank everybody for supporting us, and we'll try to move on forward.
Thank you. Thank you both for those presentations. We'll just see if we'll get a motion to receive the presentation, and we'll see if there's any questions. Councillor Elmsley, you'll move the receive, seconded by Councillor O'Reilly. Councillor Elmsley had a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you, and thank you both for your presentation and also for the work you're doing on this pandemic relief. To Ms. Mustard, I think I heard you mention in your talk that about the concierge pilot project, and I was wondering, has that been launched or is it ready to launch? Perhaps you could tell me where it stands right now.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it has launched. It launched about a month ago or slightly less. With 4 site plan applications. So Emily Turner, who's on the call today looking after the heritage portfolio, is our lead on this project, and to date has been able to be in contact with all 4 of the applicants that are part of a pilot project. And so now we're into the place of getting that up and running, working with them to try and shorten those timelines from when their application has gone in to when everything is good and approved and they're ready to move to the next stage and have site plan approved.
Thank you for that. And Through you, Mr. Mayor, the presentation by Mike Perry, is this the appropriate time to ask for it to be considered by this task force, or should I hold off on that until sometime later?
Probably when we get to the report. Let's
Okay.
just deal with the presentation, and then if you want to do a follow-up on the report, we can go from there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Riley?
Just to echo the words of you, Mayor Latham and Councillor Elmsley, about the great work, Rebecca, you're doing on this area, and to John and all the good news stories coming forward. Just a footnote on our working on our planning applications. Whatever, we have an application coming forward to our planning department for almost 2,000 units in the north quadrant of Lindsay tomorrow. So there's going to be lots of activity, and there's a number of homes already sold and a couple other subdivisions. So anything we can do to work with our development application process is much appreciated, and the effort by everyone involved.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments for the presenters? Seeing none, we have a motion to receive. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. Thank you, folks. Rebecca, you're going to stay with us for the report. Thank you, John. Appreciate everything you've done there, and we'll keep trucking with that innovation cluster.
Well, thanks very much. It's truly a team effort.
You bet. Thank you. Okay, we'll move down to item 6.2.1, which is the report. So there's a recommendation in your agenda. A couple of clarifications. The concierge program and the spreadsheet that you heard from Rebecca regarding the planning, those have already been implemented into the work plan for planning. So they didn't need a council resolution. They were brought forward. Chris Marshall was on and Richard Hawley were both on our task force, and they both liked the ideas. They discussed them with staff. So those have been implemented already into the planning work plan. So they didn't need to, they're part of the presentation, but they're not part of the recommendations because they're already up and running. And the spreadsheet with policy updates as well will be coming forward to the planning committee each month. I believe the first one's probably in December, if there's a planning meeting in December, or the first one in the new year. It's coming forward, and that'll be the touch point with council each month coming forward for the spreadsheet. So there is a recommendation here. I don't know what council's wish is to Councillor Vail as printed. Seconder, Councillor Seymour Fagan, you'll second that. So let's read the recommendation just so that the public knows. That report ED 220-23 Economic Recovery Task Force recommendations be received. That permit fees for park use, patios, and events in 2021 be waived, with forecasted reduced revenue identified in the 2021 budget. That the downtown Fenelon Falls reconstruction project be included as a decision unit in the 2021 capital budget. That an increase in garbage cans and frequency of waste pickup in our downtowns and major parks be costed and included as a decision unit in the 2021 budget. That portable washrooms and associated directional signage in our downtowns and parks be costed and included as a decision unit in the 2021 budget. That accelerated investment in our boat launches and trails for improved access and enjoyment be costed and included as a decision unit in the 2021 budget. That council supports the work of EORN and EOWC for the Eastern Ontario 1 gig proposal for increased broadband capacity. That council directs staff to develop a cultural sector recovery grant program for 2021, which could be applied to operating costs for our arts and culture community, and report back to council on the scope of the program by the end of Q1 2021. And that council approves a modified extension to the Kawartha Lakes Innovation Cluster Pilot Program until December 31st, 2021, through in-kind support to provide specific support for high-growth businesses. And that council endorse the Economic Recovery Task Force Action Plan as provided in Appendix A to this report, and that these recommendations be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. So Rebecca gave you a bit of an overview of our process to get to this point. And the only thing I really want to stress, if I can speak to it, Councillor Vail, that you know, when we went out to the public and we had our working groups, and as a committee, we tried to focus on, when we talk about for instance, the Fenelon Falls reconstruction project be included as a decision unit, we tried to focus on projects that were, from an economic recovery, the biggest bang for the buck. We weren't saying there's other projects out there that aren't important from a community perspective, but we really tried to focus on an economic recovery. And we heard constantly across the board that, you know, our downtowns, whether it's an investment in our downtowns or whether it's, you know, having more garbage pails and in our parks and just the trails and the boat launches and just ways to sort of get our community outdoors, specifically through a pandemic. You know, we had some great conversations with our public members, and really the endorsement was, you know what, this is not, we didn't want to come to council asking for a big amount of money. We recognize council's constraints going into, you know, after a pandemic, what we're trying to get our handle on. But what we tried to focus on was decisions that are already part of our strategic plan in many different ways, and it's really just reprioritizing those plans to get the biggest bang for the buck moving forward. So that was kind of where the gist of the conversation went and how we came up with these recommendations moving forward. We will, you know, these are the final recommendations at this point from the task force. We're not dissolving the task force at this point. We want to have a follow-up meeting once we see how council's decisions go and for any other follow-ups that we need to do. But you know, I think as a task force, Rebecca, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that we felt pretty strongly, and the council members that were on the task force, that these were what we thought were realistic recommendations we could make to council to try and give us a little shot in 2021 and beyond moving forward, which is part of the plan. So happy to try and answer any questions. Rebecca, is that really the color in your office, that green, or did you got a green screen behind you?
Yellow. Yeah.
It's yellow? Okay, that's a bright, I needed to know if you had a green screen or if that was really the color in your office. Thank you. Are there any questions on the recommendations for Rebecca or I? Go ahead, Councillor O'Reilly.
Not as much as a question. I think another person that everybody contributed a lot to the committee, but Tom Phillips from Sir Sanford Fleming, he had some really good ideas, and he was supportive of what Mayor Latham has said about our Economic Recovery Task Force, was that the downtowns were going to be a big part of our recovery, and also that he had a great little talk about how going forward, how business is going to be done differently, and give us a little a number of examples of what his thoughts were going forward. So he was always a great asset to our committee as well.
Yeah, great comment. And you're right. You know, we had a great presentation and discussion about, you know, from an economic recovery, we know we're going to recover. It's just we know we're not going to go back to the economy we had before. And I honestly believe the comments by the deputants, Mike Perry and Dennis Geelan, fit into that conversation about how we're going to have to do things differently from a community standpoint. You're going to hear from another task force in a minute. But even, you know, even as a municipality, it's not going to be the same with our services and how we deliver them. And from private businesses, you know, people who own a business are finding new ways to do businesses. We had a great conversation our board did with Kawartha Conservation. And I think, you know, the councillors will agree that they've been forced to, you know, issue permits online and accept payments online, and we should have been doing this years ago because it's so much more effective than somebody having to show up and pick up a permit, and they can get it online before they come up here to their seasonal residence. So there's many ways that, you know, we're doing things differently, and now we're looking at, from a conservation authority, at, you know, we don't need to go back to the way things used to be. We need to invest in that new process and continue on that path of doing things differently, and in a lot of ways doing things more efficiently. So I think it flushed out, you know, sometimes you're forced to take a look at the way you do business, and I think that's exactly what this task force and this pandemic did. And hopefully when we come out of this on the back end, some of these recommendations, I think moving forward will make a difference in our community and go forward from there. And these decision units will come forward to our capital budget in December, and then we can decide, have more information on from staff if some of them can be included in a work plan, or if there's a cost to them, and then we can figure out where we want to go from there. But that's my spiel. Any other questions? Councillor Vail, did you want to add anything as the mover?
I think I would just simply add to what yourself and Deputy Mayor O'Reilly have already touched on, just with the broadband. Mayor Latham and Deputy Mayor O'Reilly have already touched on the downtowns and the importance of that, right? But the other item that really came out of these meetings and came out of the working groups is the absolute importance of or priority of getting broadband service to Kawartha Lakes and this area. And it was really when you were working or dealing with the working groups and a number of those, and you've got individual business people that were trying to dial in and deal with that, you could see their frustration with not being able to do that, and that was their point of what's holding them back with their businesses and everything, especially on a go-forward basis. To the mayor's point, with the opportunity to do business differently and access stuff online and get back to people online, the absolute importance of moving that project further or farther ahead as quickly as possible.
No, agree 100%, and I'm very optimistic going into the provincial budget later this week that we're going to get some news on broadband investment in infrastructure across Ontario, not just Eastern Ontario, but across Ontario. So, Councillor Ashmore, go ahead.
Just comment on, through you, Mr. Mayor, on the when it says high growth businesses, I assume that they're looking at, and years ago and up to now, manufacturing had been frowned upon. We kind of let them go, and we've seen that, but now we're seeing that we should be manufacturing our own our products, and this is something that's a worldwide phenomenon, that we're becoming self-sufficient. Each country doesn't rely on other countries. For example, we could be making some more medical equipment here instead of relying on our products being made in a country in Asia. So I think we should be concentrating on manufacturing more, and that's really important to make our own things, because we have the land, we have the buildings, and we certainly have the workforce. And as far as, I just had a comment on the broadband, and I know we've been talking about this for years. The tower-to-tower communication. This is just my opinion, and my son and I, a couple of years ago, we were at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, and we saw a presentation on the SpaceX Starlink. I think that is the future. If we concentrate on that satellite instead of having to put more money into tower-to-tower communication, which is just, it's spotty, it's not going to happen for a while. I think we're kind of moving in not quite in the right direction in that. That's the only thing I kind of don't think we're really going to get any headway on that. That's just my personal opinion, but anyways, those are my two thoughts. So the manufacturing is really important. We should be looking at manufacturing our own material, our own products. It has to come back. We can't rely on foreign countries anymore.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Councillor Seymour Fagan, go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to thank everyone on the task force, the councillors that were on it, and the private citizens who spent all the time discussing where we were moving, how we were moving forward. And as a business owner and as someone who is active in the community, in many different communities, what I've seen is our decision units that we've brought forward are exactly on point of what we need. Our downtowns are the focus. The downtowns were super busy, and people have decided to move up here and spend more time here. The building community is very, very busy, and the connectivity is a priority for us to move forward. So I just wanted to say thanks for everyone for this, because, you know, I think we've made some great decisions.
Thank you. Any further questions on the report? I'll call the question. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. Thanks, Rebecca, for all your work on this. You did, I will say you did an amazing job at pulling it together and helping me, well, not helping me, actually writing the report, which, you know, I'm happy to take credit for, but we certainly, you were a big part of that team, and I very much appreciate you helping me along there. Councillor Elmsley, did you want to do a follow-up?
I was going to do a follow-up, Mr. Mayor, that the items brought forward by Mr. Perry and Mr. Gielan be referred to the Economic Development Pandemic Task Force for consideration.
Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Seymour Fagan, call the question. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. Okay, I think what we'll do is we'll go right over to the, I know we're 2:25, but let's go over to the Community Pandemic Recovery Task Force presentation. And then after their report, we'll take a quick break before the Fenelon Falls second crossing, because we want Corby to hang out with us a little bit longer. So if we can get Amy Terrell, there you are. Is Heather Kirby joining you? Hello, ladies. Thank you for joining us today. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, then we can hear you okay, so we'll turn it over to you for your presentation. Go ahead.
Great, thank you very much. Kathy, are you able to put up the presentation? Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Heather Kirby, and the task force was established by Council on May 26th, and the inaugural meeting was held on June 15th. Since then, the task force has been meeting bi-weekly to learn and to serve our mandate as best we can for the community. Our mandate is to support nonprofit and community service providers in the broader health and human service sector. Next slide, please, Kathy. The task force is made up of counselors, staff, as well as community members that represent different aspects of the charitable sector. Amy Terrell and I are the co-chairs of the task force. Councillors, I'd like to draw a thank you to Councillors Ashmore, Elmsley, Richardson, and Dunn, as well as the community members, Penny Barton Dyke of the United Way, Marina Hodgson from the Kawartha North Family Health Team, Linda Neidham from the Children's Services Council of Kawartha Lakes and Halliburton, and Pam Stuckless from the Health Unit. Can you do that? Oh, thank you. All formal and informal community service providers add great depth and meaning to our community. The staff and volunteers and participants all benefit from the programming of clubs, agencies, groups, and organizations that they deliver to and with our community. Benefits such as mental and physical health, as well as the connection to others, are essential to the well-being of each of us. A broad range of community services gives a sense of place to everyone, no matter if you grew up in the city of Kawartha Lakes, or if you've recently moved here, or if you are a youth or a senior. Amy?
Thanks, Heather, and hello, everybody. So we had some early on questions or deliberations about the scope of the task force, and subsequently, we will ask you to consider some changes in scope. So the mandate, as Heather said, focuses on the broader health and human services sector. But as shown with the connection to the strategic plan, there are other sectors that impact quality of life, including two groups in particular that we looked at: sports and recreation and culture. Our goal was to ensure that culture and sports and recreation didn't fall through the cracks. During our work, we engaged with the Kawartha Lakes Sports and Recreation Council in particular, and this sector could be considered part of the broader health sector, in our opinion. You have alternate wording in the staff report that could address the scope in this way. For the cultural sector, we engaged with the Economic Recovery Task Force through Rebecca Mustard, and we support their recommendations in this regard. And the next slide, please. So we set up two working groups, a needs assessment group and a funding group, and we did have some additional members of the community join those working groups. Our first order of business was to find out how the pandemic is affecting the sector and specifically what their needs are. A survey was sent to a list of community organizations supplied by the city, with additions coming from other task force members. There were about 130 on the original list, and I would suggest this is considered representative of the organizations out there, but not necessarily all. Ultimately, we had a 37% response rate with 48 responses. The next slide, please. Organizations ranged in size from 0 employees, essentially volunteer organizations, to over 100 staff. Here you can see the broad range of client numbers that they serve, the largest segment at 27%, serving 1 to 149 clients. Here's a quote from one of our respondents. The emergency shelter is currently closed and people are being served remotely in motels. The number of people sheltered are approximately 3 times higher than normal, but we have had to limit our outreach program to remote support only to ensure staff and resident safety. In a subsequent question on the survey, we asked respondents, so what percentage are they currently serving? Again, the responses ranged significantly, but some, unfortunately, have been unable to serve any clients since COVID began, demonstrating that some citizens in the City of Kawartha Lakes have been utterly shut off from normal support services. Next slide, please. We asked about various challenges, and the impacts on agencies and their clients are quite ranging and extensive. Here is a sample of some of the impacts. So there are various HR impacts, including health and mental well-being of staff. We asked about things such as access to and costs of personal protective equipment and confidence regarding health and safety guidelines. Agencies reported on technology challenges they're receiving or they're facing, and how their clients are also struggling with connectivity. And you've just had a great discussion about the lack of broadband, so that's not going to be a surprise. And they've reported that clients are facing greater mental health challenges due to such things as isolation. Next slide. Funding and revenues have unsurprisingly been a major challenge for some of the organizations we surveyed. The largest value here is showing the organizations whose funding has decreased. This amounts to 43% of respondents. In the next slide, you'll see that the increased funding that was reported has largely come from government. Again, with the federal wage subsidy program as an example, this won't be a surprise to you. One caution, though, is that much of this COVID relief funding is now decreasing. One respondent said the following in August, that government funding is declining each month and will be non-existent in 2 months. On the next slide, you'll see details about the decrease in revenue. So in terms of those experiencing a decrease in funding, those decreases have been reported in all categories here. The largest being fundraising events, and that again shouldn't surprise you, but close seconds, private donors in yellow, and user fees in pink. And here again is a quote from our survey that expresses this well. I anticipate the challenges will increase over the next few months. We depend on fundraising income. With the economic situation within the community, the challenges in fundraising with the public health measures, and the increased demand in services, we will not have the income to support the agency on a long-term basis. Over to Heather.
Thank you, Amy. If we could have the next slide. Yes, thank you. The Funding Opportunities Working Group reached out with a second survey to learn more and to guide our recommendations. The survey had a much shorter timeline than the GATS assessment, yet the results indicate the need within the community service providers. Next slide, please. Almost 40% of the community service providers are operated by volunteers. Think of seniors groups and service clubs. Volunteers are community members that want to give back, and more often than not, do not come from a background that includes business, strategic planning, and innovation. 65% of the community service providers require support as soon as possible. The respondents indicated that their most immediate needs fell between the day they responded to the survey and 3 months when the survey was circulated in late September. We could see that there was a need for support, and we worked quickly with city staff to host 2 grant writing workshops. On September 30th and October 1st, 39 attendees participated in an introduction to grant writing and sourcing out different avenues of funding. The feedback was very positive, and many have reached out to ask further questions and are looking for more support. Here you can see that a majority are looking to learn how to be more innovative and think outside the box. The attendees also received a document developed by city staff that introduced the concepts of innovation and change management for nonprofits and charities. All respondents were very open to collaborating and benefiting from working with others. Collaborative opportunities include sharing space, expertise, and networking with others. Amy?
Thank you. And then the next slide, you'll see a list here of our recommendations from the task force. You should also have a hard copy in your package and also, I think, in the staff report. The existing city funding streams serve a purpose, and keeping those streams intact ensures that they continue to serve those needs within the community. However, you'll see on the screen in the first line, there's a recommendation pertaining to the 50-50 matching requirement. And that's item 1 on the screen. And then in the third bullet on the screen, a recognition in the change of scope that the Lindsay Chess Fund has made. Heather will speak directly to our recommendations regarding a community fund, which is the second line on your screen there. Finally, let me draw your attention to the final section on the screen. This is about the opportunity for the city to mobilize internal resources, in-kind support, and external support to offer a series of capacity building workshops. So similar to the grant writing one, there were a number of different topic areas that we feel could be addressed in a series of capacity building workshops that would directly answer some of the needs that were identified in the survey. Heather?
The next slide, please. Excuse me. The creation of the Kawartha Lakes Community Fund would allow the city to respond with financial support specific to the recovery of the COVID-19 global pandemic. The Kawartha Lakes Community Fund would encourage collaboration, foster innovation with formal and informal agencies, groups, clubs, and organizations, which will build strength and capacity to move forward in the midst of the global pandemic. The bolstering of our local service providers so that they can survive, thrive, and continue to serve is essential for the long-term growth of our community. For your consideration, a draft framework has been developed, and that it has been provided to all council members. As you have seen in the survey results, the community is ready, and through the proposed framework, we'll be setting the expectation of innovation and moving forward to new innovative operations and programs. The fund would have its own adjudication committee consisting of community members with nonprofit experience, city councilors, and staff. The fund would have its own terms of reference, as well as application and reporting process. Eligible expenses could include such things as the purchase of PPE to build and maintain confidence and comfort to start engaging with programming again, IT support, and staff and volunteer training on innovation specific to adapting their operations during COVID. The fund would have 2 streams to address the needs and create the conditions for organizations to begin to serve their community again. Next slide, please. There are 2 distinct streams for consideration. The Survive stream will address the immediate needs of the most fragile by keeping them operational and their roof over their heads by helping with rent and mortgage, insurance, property taxes, heat, and hydro. The Thrive stream will create the opportunity to establish innovative programming, operations, and related expenditures in an effort to move towards sustainability. While each stream has their own purpose, they also address the vulnerability and distinctiveness and ensure that there is an understanding of their impact within the community and client needs. The application and assessment criteria strongly emphasize collaboration, procurement of local services, and reaches those who have not benefited from other funding supports from governments or national level organizations. We want to make sure that the community service providers are around to continue to serve once the pandemic is not such a driving force. We want to make sure that the opportunity to survive and thrive exists for those who want to and are able to put in the work to improve the health and well-being of our community. Amy?
And in closing, we had a reference earlier about Tom Phillips, Fleming College's Chief COVID-19 Recovery Officer. He also made a presentation to our task force. Dr. Phillips is an economist who specializes in economic growth and organizational change. And he made it clear that we are in a period of transformative change and that things will not go back to the way they once were. He recommended to our task force that we need to find new ways to deliver on the needs that are experienced now, that we should facilitate partnerships for mutual gain. The task force wants to create the conditions for these organizations we've been talking about to effectively respond to this challenge. These organizations, agencies, clubs, they can't do it alone, but as you've seen, they're willing to adapt. They want to learn how best to innovate and respond to the challenges. And on our final slide, for them to be at the table to learn, they must first survive. There is too much built value in this sector. There is too much to lose. You can see on the screen another quote from one of our survey respondents that demonstrates the fragility of this sector. On behalf of our task force, we urge you to support our recommendations, to confirm their scope, and to build a framework for recovery. And just as we close, I do want to echo Heather's thanks to all of the committee members, and especially to the staff that have supported this committee so diligently. Rod Sutherland, Brenda Stonehouse has been a constant and very helpful, and also Holly Russett. There certainly were others who were part of our task force and joined us for meetings, and we're just really grateful for the support. And to all of the task force members, thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to you two as well for leading that charge and taking time out of your days to facilitate that. So great presentation, thanks. I'll ask for a motion to receive the presentation. Councillor Helmsley and Richardson, are there any questions? Councillor Helmsley, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Thank you both today for the presentation and for your ongoing leadership on this task force. When you were talking about your recommendations, I think one of the recommendations is that on 50-50 partnerships that the city waive the requirement for people to come up with their 50%. And I was just wondering, that goes for 50-50. Were you envisioning that the beautification fund would also be included in that?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Elmsley, for the question. The beautification stream could be considered as well to drop the 50-50 matching component for the participant side. As well, for consideration, it would also be beneficial to increase both the funds available in these two streams to ensure that the larger impact and value of those streams are available. So instead of having $700 or $7,500 available, that there would be more available to have a larger impact in those projects.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, I do also want to thank everybody on the entire group for the task force and you two ladies today for presenting. 2020 has been extremely hard on all our agencies, and to react and to continue to be there for our most vulnerable is very, very important, and we appreciate the work that's being done. I just was wondering at this time if you can maybe elaborate a little bit on the financial eligibility to this component.
Thank you, Councillor Richardson. In the document that was sent to all council members, if you do note in the on the last page, there are exceptions and instructions. It does state that if applicants have have expenses over and above non-repayable support already received, that this amount can be requested. It also recommends that applicants can apply for 2 city funding streams, and applicants are also required to sign an attestation qualifying their financial status. So there are minimum criteria and assessment criteria that have been put forth in the recommendation for consideration.
Thank you. Any other questions for the two presenters? Seeing none, we have a motion to receive. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. You're going to hang with us for a bit, ladies. We'll deal with the report. We'll move down to item 6.3.1, which is the report put together by Rod Sutherland. Well, he's the author, but I know the whole recovery task force participated. What is council's wish? Councillor Helmsley, go ahead.
I'll move the report as printed.
Get a seconder? Councillor Richardson? Okay, well, let me read the recommendations just so anybody watching knows what we're talking about. That report HS 2020-005 Community Pandemic Recovery Task Force recommendations be received, and that staff be directed to develop a framework for a Kawartha Lakes Community Recovery Fund to support pandemic recovery and relief efforts for nonprofit and community service providers in the broader health and human services sector, including the identification of the scope and criteria for the fund, funding levels and source for presentation to Council in the first quarter of 2021, and that the proposed Kawartha Lakes Community Recovery Fund incorporate the 2021 Lindsay Legacy Chest Fund allocation for eligible proposals within Lindsay, and that staff be directed to proceed with modifying the 2021 and the 2022 50/50 Community Project Capital Funding Program application process by waiving the requirement for a matching contribution from applicants, and that staff be directed to identify internal resources and external supports that could be made available for workshops and information sessions to community organizations in support of pandemic response and recovery, and develop a 2021 schedule for delivery, and that these recommendations be brought forward to Council for consideration at the next regular Council meeting. So that's the motion that's moved and seconded. Do you want to speak to it? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I think it's, they're all good motions, and of course, most of the things will come back to Council for consideration. And I just wondered, do you want me to do a follow-up on the beautification fund, or just modify that in the report where it talks about the 50/50 and include beautification in there?
I think you can modify, if you want to make that recommendation to Council, that staff be directed to proceed with modifying the 2021 and 2022 50/50 Community Project Capital Funding Program application process and
beautification,
and probably any other application processes that we have could be included in that. And let's come back with some ideas of how we can deliver them a little better in this year. So you'll make that.
Yes, I will.
You got that, Madam Clerk? You're okay with that as a seconder? Okay, thank you. Did you want to speak to the motion, or you good?
I think I can improve on what these folks did this afternoon.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Richardson, are you?
I'm good. I'm in agreement. It's really wonderful to see that we're working towards helping those agencies and getting the resources out there to help our people in need. And it's a good recommendations that have been brought forward to Council today, and thank you for doing that.
Thank you. Any further questions regarding the report or comments? Seeing none, we have a motion on the floor. I'll call the question. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you very much. Appreciate all the work you've done, and we'll take that to Council in 2 weeks, and we'll see where it goes from there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then what we'll do is we'll take a quick break, and then we'll come back and deal with item 6.4, the Fenelon Falls Second Crossing Environmental Assessment Presentation. Okay, thank you. We're going to call the meeting back to order. We'll move on to item 6.4, which is the Fenelon Falls Second Crossing Environmental Assessment Presentation. I'm going to turn it over to our staff, Corby Purdy, to introduce the consultants, and we'll go from there. Mr. Purdy, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. In 2019, staff retained Dillon Consulting to conduct an independent third-party Schedule B environmental assessment project for Fenelon Falls Area Second Crossing. The Dillon team has conducted 2 public meetings and 2 stakeholder meetings to obtain information from area residents. Following the presentation and discussion today, Dillon will finalize the EA project file and will include all correspondence received to date and any feedback from today. Staff will bring a report to a future council meeting formally requesting endorsement of the preferred solution. I'd like to introduce Rory, Marilise, and Ian from Dillon Consulting to lead the presentation.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me okay? Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, thanks, Corby. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of committee that are present, as well as staff and other members of the public. It's my pleasure to be in front of the City of Kawartha Lakes this afternoon in regards to the second crossing environmental assessment for Fenelon Falls. In preface of the presentation, which will be led by Marilise, I would simply like to say that an environmental assessment in Ontario is a very important exercise in terms of helping to make major decisions. And in this case, we certainly are faced with an important decision to be made. And I think because we follow the spirit and intent of what an environmental assessment is at its very core, there's a sense of confidence in regards to the recommendations that we're bringing forward. And with that as a simple preface, I'd like to turn it over to our environmental assessment lead, Marilise. And then as questions emerge later on, we have the benefit of our senior transportation and mobility expert, Ian Borsek, as well, to assist in answering questions. Marilise, may I turn it over to you?
Great. Thanks, Rory. Good afternoon, councillors and Mr. Mayor. So there's a presentation. I don't see it up right now. Great. Okay, I'm going to dive right in, recognizing that there's some high-level content that we need to get through in order to have the discussion, but there are some key details that I want to be able to spend some time on with all of you. So the presentation, there's 2 parts to it. We have our EA findings, and we also have in-town traffic improvements and summary of recommendations that is also based on the input we've heard from stakeholders and the public to date. Next slide, please. The purpose of the meeting today, of what we're presenting, is to give you the information on what we've completed so far, the input we've heard, our preliminary recommendations, and then to address any of your questions. As Corby pointed out, we will be subsequent to this preparing a final report to go to council, pending the outcome and recommendations that come from the committee today. Next slide, please. So really what we were tasked with is first and foremost to confirm the challenges around traffic through Fenelon Falls and to study those and I can get clarity on what those key issues are, as well as the opportunities for any sort of solution to address those issues. So the problems that we're seeing really relate to congestion and traffic delays, particularly during the summer periods from May until September. This year, October has also been quite busy. You know, with COVID, you've got a lot of people traveling through here. And the experience of the challenges sometimes is perceived as a bridge backup, that because there's only this one bridge here and because of its design, it's causing this backup. It's actually also related to the intersection that's just south of the bridge. So just south of the bridge is the intersection of Helen and Lindsay Street. The combination of both a smaller bridge as well as that intersection are what really result in the challenges that we're facing with traffic congestion. You can see in this aerial image that there's cars backed up all the way along Colburn Street in the southbound lanes, kind of going off the page, is a demonstration of the kinds of queuing that you can get through town. This affects the Main Street experience. It affects businesses. We've been told by local community members that it affects their decisions about whether or not they go downtown during these peak periods when there is traffic. And then in addition, there's a recognition both through our consultation and what we're seeing in our traffic studies of the challenges of transportation and land use in this scenario, that really at the intersection of Helen and Lindsay Street, you also have a Tim Hortons and a Sobeys, which are big generators of traffic and activity. The opportunities, though, if we're able to address some of these traffic issues, the opportunities speak volumes. You've got traffic delay can be addressed, but you also can improve the Main Street experience. You can improve connectivity potentially with some of the options we're looking at. You can support downtown revitalization, which is currently gone through a revitalization plan, is now being implemented. And ultimately, we can try to address some of the relationship challenges between the land use that's in play right now and the transportation network that exists. Next slide, please. So the core issues relate to two elements. It's traffic volume, but it's also traffic flow. So sometimes I think people think that it's just growth and lots of cars and therefore that's why it's congestion, but it's a combination also of the configuration and the design of intersections and streets and that network and how it connects. So together, those things are what we're trying to address in our alternatives. The third thing that's a component of these challenges is the route alternatives. So as you all know, given the geography and the topography here, there's not many alternatives. You need to cross this bridge in this specific region in order to get around the area north and south of the waterways. And so this becomes one of the key elements that we want to explore in the options for a solution. Next slide, please. The intersection issues that I was speaking to in terms of the challenges or the problems, this image points these out. This is really at the south end of the bridge. You've got a downtown corridor that's generally at capacity for that intersection of Helen and Lindsay. And this relates specifically to the southbound traffic in particular that's trying to get through the intersection, while you also have queuing to turn left into the Sobeys and the Tim Hortons site that's on the east side of Lindsay Street. In addition, there's a number of left turns being made from Helen, trying to turn north onto the bridge. And then from Lindsay Street, the northbound traffic that's actually turning left to head west on Helen Street. So there's a lot of turning movements that are happening here, and the queues get extensive and conflicts arise. Even, whether or not people are following the rules is also a layer on top of that we have to recognize when people are jumping lights. And then finally, there is an access control issue. It's quite a bit smaller than some of the other challenges, but that is just that because of the single design of a curb on the northwest corner, there's a gas station there, which means that people kind of turn into that site wherever they can and want to, and so it's less controlled, and that low curb causes a few challenges too, although not necessarily as significant. Next slide, please. So for us to address these issues, we had to undertake a number of studies. This is just a list to give you an idea of the work that we've done: transportation studies, environmental reviews, socioeconomic studies, cultural heritage and archaeology, and technical studies related to road design and bridge design, topography, property, utilities, those kinds of things. Next slide, please. So the options list that we came up with and we took out for public consultation was a do nothing option, which you always include in an EA study. So we have that on that list. And improve local traffic operations. So this is a smaller scale types of interventions working within the network that exists. Expanding the existing bridge. So can we look at solutions that actually address the existing bridge that's there and help manage the traffic challenges by doing that? Building a second in-town crossing. So looking within town, is there another location where a potential second bridge could go? And then the connections that actually are required for a second bridge. And then a bypass. Is there a bypass around town, and what would the value of that be, and how effective would that be, and where would it be? Next slide, please. So I'll start with our traffic study because I think it's important to set the base, to set the grounding of the recommendations that are being made. So there's quite a lot of work done around existing traffic issues. So we did two things. One is we did set up video cameras to actually look at live traffic in the area at the end of May last year. We also, though, so that was a period of a number of days where we looked at traffic over the whole course of 4 days. And then we also did an examination based on data collection. So we use something called streetlight data, which tracks the data of GPS systems, both on phones and in cars, and looks at the origin and destination of that traffic that crosses the bridge. So it's actually a great tool to be able to really hone in on of the traffic that is crossing this bridge. Where is it coming from? Where is it going? And can we extrapolate some key analysis from this data to give us a good understanding of what kind of solutions would serve the traffic that's actually using the bridge. And what we found is that most vehicle trips that use the bridge are originating in a relatively local area. And I think this was a bit surprising at first, that there is a kind of a perceived perspective that people are coming in from outside or they're just passing through, and that it's, 905 or cottagers who just come through and they're not really staying local. And I think what we found is that there's quite a large proportion of traffic that is relatively local, and that's not surprising in the long run because there aren't a lot of alternatives. I mean, it's not as if people can go very far without hopping in their car in this geography. Next slide, please. So here's a visual that shows you a map of the different zones that we looked at within the data that we collected. And keeping in mind that what we did is I have gotten a couple questions on this. The data was for all summer. So we were able to gather the data from the whole summer period, June to September. And we looked at midweek periods, we looked at weekend peak periods, we looked at commercial vehicles, we looked at autos. So we were able to really break down and inform the decisions we're recommending today based on drawing from that. So the purple is the boundary of the city of Kawartha Lakes, and the star is the bridge. So when I said what we were able to identify people specifically crossing this bridge, that's the location of what we're talking about. And ultimately, the majority of trips, over 70% of the trips, are coming from within the city of Kawartha Lakes. Up to 20% of those trips are between Kawartha Lakes and the external areas. So that's still, that's a reasonable number. It's 20% of the traffic, and we want to make sure that that's understood. That we're not saying that there's no external movement to and from. We just want to understand it within the context of the other numbers. Between 35 and 39 or 40% of the trips travel from north to south or south to north. So it's a specific movement using the bridge to cross and travel through this area. And then 47 to 50% of the trips are actually between the areas that are south of the bridge. And so when I say south of the bridge, that's really the areas that are those zones that abut Sturgeon Lake. So next slide, please. I do want to point out, if there are questions about the data that we collected and the findings that we have, I do have additional supplementary materials at all if that comes up in the discussion, so that we can show you. So ultimately, what does this tell us? It tells us that given that there's a lot of local traffic, first of all, we need to address some of the traffic operation issues in town. If this is locally generated and that they're in destinations that are local, then we should be looking at that. So we want to make sure that's on the table. And number two, that there's some support for both in-town movement with traffic diversion. So approximately 20 to 30% of the traffic could be diverted around town. As I noted in the previous slide, 20% of the traffic is traveling north-south through the city of Kawartha Lakes, which means there's actually an opportunity for 20 to 30% of that traffic to be diverted. If you wanted to do a second bridge, you'd have 40 to 50% of the traffic could be diverted on a parallel second bridge in town. So there's our context. In terms of options, next slide, please. The traffic operation improvements. So I'm going to start at the small scale, so that local side. At the local level within the existing network, the traffic operation improvements that we looked at were very extensive. Ian can speak more to this if there's questions. As you'll see that note on the bottom, we looked at more than 25 different options, and they fell into categories of signal changes, access control, as I said, all the left turning that happens and the right turns into sites. So that's the land use relationship. additional capacity. So when I speak to that, it's really storage lanes for all the queuing that happens when people are trying to turn and they don't make it through the light and the queue extends further back. Restricting movements, and then the potential to explore or relocate some land uses. We didn't get too far into that. It's more wanting to acknowledge that land use is inherent with the relationship of transportation, and to consider that. Next slide, please. Okay, so the next few slides, it's a little challenging to describe because I can't point this out to you using a pointer or anything. So I'm going to try to say this as best I can. So the next few slides talk about ultimately the recommended in-town traffic improvement option we have. We in our public consultation, we showed a few more than what you're going to see now, but this is the one we landed on for recommendation. Ultimately, all of the arrows that you're seeing on the right-hand side, current condition, are all green. You can do all of these movements. You can drive straight through from Helen Street into the Sobeys and Tim Hortons site. You can, if you're on the bridge and you want to turn left into the Sobeys and Tim Hortons site, you can queue in the left turn lane and do that. If you are in the Sobeys and Tim Hortons site and you want to exit and go straight through the intersection onto Helen Street, or take a left and head south on Lindsay, you can do all of that. In addition to the fact that you can turn right from Lindsay Street into the Tim Hortons and out of it, and you can turn right to exit the Tim Hortons and Sobeys Street. What we are suggesting that of all of those permitted movements today, that we start limiting those movements. And ultimately, we start to reduce the amount of traffic that specifically is using this intersection only to both access the Sobeys, the Tim Hortons, the bridge, heading north-south cross through the town, get access to Colburn Street, etc. So you're seeing here that the bullets describe those changes in turning movements. If you go to the next slide, please, you'll see in the subsequent slides what then results. So first of all, if we eliminate the left turn from the bridge, so if you're headed southbound and you cross over the bridge, and we take off the left turn to be able to turn into Sobeys Tim Hortons, what does that mean? How do you get to the Sobeys and Tim Hortons? You go down to Elliott Street and there would be a new intersection, a new light added at Elliott Street, and the left turn would be permitted there. So you can see in blue the movement from the bridge southbound to go into the Sobeys around the back of the building. There is already an access to the Tim Hortons on Elliott Street, so that's how you would get into the Tim Hortons from there, from that earlier access point that's closer to Lindsay Street. In addition, for people from Helen Street, instead of being able to drive straight through into the Sobeys and Tim Hortons, they would have to take a right at Lindsay and then a left onto Elliott. The traffic, ultimately what this would do, it would move the traffic around a bit and relieve that pressure for those turning movements, and allow actually for a little bit more green time for through traffic. So you can get more traffic through town, and that actually is one of the key outcomes of this solution. Next slide, please. Step 3 is that to exit. So what we're recommending is that you can exit the Sobeys and Tim Hortons site. It is a right in, right out. But if you wanted to go south, or if you wanted to go west, you would use Elliott Street. So again, if you were at the Tim Hortons, you could use the existing Elliott Street entrance and exit. But for Sobeys, you would go around the back, and that road is currently only a service access to the Sobeys and Tim Hortons. It's right of way. The width of the property is wide enough. It would require repaving. But other than that, it could accommodate the movements we are suggesting. Next slide, please. So combining all of this is what it looks like all together. At the intersection of Helen and Lindsay, there will now be 2 southbound through lanes, which you don't have currently, and that will get vehicles through the intersection with less green time than you actually require, and allows for more green time to be given to the other movements at that intersection. The southbound left turns are better accommodated at Elliott Street, and there's fewer conflicts. So when we're modeling this with the traffic modeling, we're able to see that the conflict is reduced and they're able to get more vehicles through. It is really important that we talk about Elliott Street itself. This has implications for Elliott Street, and we want to acknowledge that and make sure that there's some discussion on that. I will get to that in the next slide. There's also potential, so this is the solution that we can put forward as part of this work within the public space right of way that's available. Additional improvements could be made by working with the Sobeys and then Tim Hortons. There's potential opportunity to acquire other sites on that property to allow for them to reorganize entrances and exits and circulation on their property. So there's some on-site improvements that could be made. Obviously, we can't make those recommendations for them, but it is something that they're aware of and that could be further explored. Next slide, please. So Elliott Street, as I said, getting to the key point of Elliott. So there have been a number of questions from the community about this, and I want to be clear that Elliott Street has already been planned for reconstruction. So there are current issues, and people have brought those forward to me as well. The condition of Elliott is not great, but most importantly is the Tim Hortons traffic. So this is outside of necessarily the peak traffic issues that are being faced even within our EA study. This is a case of Tim Hortons, you know, in the sense that it's not just here. This happens all over the place with very popular drive-through destinations. And so to address that, the city has been looking at, through another separate work, upgrades to Elliott Street to deal with the condition of Elliott itself, as well as potentially address some of the Tim Hortons access issues. Ultimately, what we're recommending is that you actually go a bit further than what's currently in the reconstruction plan for Elliott, and we revisit it because, as you can see here, within the property limits, so without needing to take property from anyone, you can add a left turn lane as a center lane on Elliott Street. And what we're showing here is just an example of that. This is just really preliminary. It's not wasn't part of our work to really draw up Elliott Street in itself, but that should be the next step if this was pushed forward. And that is the center lane. There is space to add a third lane, which would be a center lane. You could use it depending on the outcome of actually working through the design. You could either make it longer to accommodate left turns into the Tim Hortons, or you could split it as we're showing here, so you have left turns from Elliott onto Lindsay Street, or you could make the left turn from Elliott onto Lindsay a bit shorter because it's actually got less demand than the turn into Tim Hortons, so that through traffic on Elliott Street can get by, because the issues today is that through traffic cannot get by when there is a backup into the Tim Hortons. And it's, you know, we've heard about it backing all the way out onto Lindsay and down Lindsay Street, and there's some safety concerns about cars trying to swerve around to continue north. So the challenges there are, you know, they're beyond even just the CA in this study. This is something we recommend go forward regardless, because of the issues that are happening here with that with those movements. So that sums up what I've got here for the traffic improvements in town. So that's our recommendation, part one, for the work we've done. Next slide, please. So in addition to this, so that work on traffic improvements, it doesn't require EA. It can all be done within the Schedule A, Schedule A+ categories of an environmental assessment. The next items are all items that require larger EAs, and that's what I'm going to go through here, is what we've assessed and where we've landed on that. So one of them, as I said earlier, is bridge widening. I'll get right to it here. We don't recommend that bridge widening be considered as a solution to traffic. So we acknowledge there actually bridge rehab is required, and it's something that's on the books for Fenelon Falls, and that's an important thing. Within that, we also heard quite a lot from the community, and we agree that improving the pedestrian crossing that's part of the bridge is important, and that can happen. One of the key things is to move it to the east side of the bridge instead of its current location, and to make it better. Currently it floods and it's not wide enough for, you know, two mobility devices to pass each other, etc. So those kinds of things we do agree with, and they should happen. But expanding the bridge either to accommodate a larger queuing lane for southbound traffic to turn left into the Sobeys Tim Hortons, or to just expand it so that you could have two through lanes that would merge together. What we're seeing in our traffic results is that we're not getting the benefit because of what I had explained earlier, that the movements of turning at Helen and Lindsay, even if you increase the queue length of, or the space for vehicles to queue along the bridge, they would continue to queue, and eventually your queue would merge in with the through lane. And that continuation of queuing is because you just can't get enough vehicles through this intersection, turning left through this intersection with all the other competing demands that are happening. So ultimately, the bridge expansion for traffic improvement is not what we recommend. Next slide, please. The second bridge solution is the in-town bridge crossing. So there's been a lot of discussion about this, and I still have a number of conversations on a regular basis, on a weekly basis, with residents about opportunities for second in-town crossing. So as part of our study and the recommendations that we have here, preliminary items, is that ultimately second in-town crossing has a lot of big wins in terms of traffic. The scale of the solution, in our professional opinion, does not match with the scale of the need at this point. So ultimately, we're looking at 2031 traffic, and we don't see a need to have double the capacity in the local network here for the amount of impacts that are incurred through a solution that would be a second bridge in town. That also includes the cost of a solution of this scale. So the topography is extremely complicated here. It likely requires a 3 to 4 span bridge. We have roads that either on one side, on the south side of the waterway, that are existing residential quiet communities with schools and long-term care facilities that would have to connect over and across to new roads on properties that don't exist, some of which do have some cultural heritage and natural heritage features that we need to be cognizant of. It doesn't mean you can't do it. It just means the challenges are big, the costs will be big, right? And the impacts to property are big. So at this time, we don't see the scale of the need matching a scale of solution this big. It does not mean that that wouldn't be possible in the future. And I'll get to recommendations in a couple slides that I want to speak to that on. Next slide, please. So the next one is the bypass. So as I said in the traffic study, we found that up to 20% of traffic was going through, which means that is the potential traffic to redirect onto a bypass. In addition, it's also truck traffic. So we see this bypass as also a potential haul route. And that was actually previously identified by the city as a haul route or a truck goods movement potential corridor or connection. This bypass would have fewer impacts to property. We'd be using the existing Highway 35 connection up to 3rd Concession, and then across 3rd Concession and a bridge over the Burnt River, continuing on 3rd Concession to connect in again with County Road 121. It may seem like a big detour, but actually time-wise, it's actually quite similar and comparable, because the slowdown that happens through town, even in this graphic, you can see that the length of these routes is actually quite similar. And when you have to slow down when you're going through town, that kind of outweighs the additional distance that you might be taking for a bypass. This will have some property impacts as well. There are cottages here, and it's within a floodplain. So I'll talk about that in terms of the key issues that have to be addressed. But ultimately, we think that the combination of traffic improvements in town with the Helen and Lindsay intersection and a bypass is the scale of relief that's really well suited for the current and future traffic conditions that are projected to 2031 as we've studied them and with the information that we have. Next slide, please. So what does that mean in terms of the bypass? So unfortunately, this isn't the end of study that's required. A bypass over the river does require a Schedule C EA. So the work that we have done to date has been up to and including the steps of a Phase 1 and Phase 2, which is a Schedule B EA, which means we looked at the big picture solutions, which are those buckets I've just outlined. Now that we have a preliminary recommendation, if it is supported by council, then Schedule C work would be required, and that includes doing design to address these key issues. So the key issues are obviously property impacts. You can see 8 to 10 properties here that we've highlighted as key properties. Some may not actually have the footprint of the bridge, but we do recognize that they would be very close to this structure, and you could have, you know, noise and spray and things like that that would have to be addressed. And so it may be that you take a few more properties to provide a buffer, but that needs to be worked out in detailed design, or in the Schedule C work. There's the natural environment conditions. This is a river, there's wildlife habitat, and there's natural green spaces, well-established woodlots and trees in this area. Noise and air quality, I already spoke to. That also applies along third concession. So we have to recognize that we would be increasing traffic on third concession. So we need to look at the condition of the road and if any repaving may be required, etc. Boating. So navigable water clearances. Don't want to get anyone to. This is not a navigable waterway in the sense of needing to accommodate larger boats, but there are minimums required here. And in addition, I really recommend that consultation with community members here on the types of boats that are actually here, and what needs to pass here, and how you actually determine ultimately the dimensions of a bridge crossing. And then the road connection. So you'll see on this image, obviously all of these homes and cottages that are along the Burnt River have access. And so how the bridge would connect in with those access points, whether they're full stops here or what kind of yield system you set up, needs to be explored. And then finally, the blue, which is the biggest, is the floodplain. And it is in a floodplain. I think most people in this area know that the Burnt River floods every year. It is a challenge to be addressed in the design. We have had initial conversations with ministries and Conservation Authority about this. We believe it can be addressed through additional work though, and the scale of what needs to be done has to be confirmed in that Schedule C work. Next slide, please. So high level cost comparison, just to summarize where we're at, is an in-town crossing, as I mentioned, would be the most expensive option. You have the most property acquisition, as well as easements, and a bypass would be less expensive, would also have fewer construction challenges in terms of the clearance and approvals. And sorry, I should note here, with an in-town crossing, the Trent Severn Waterway is a National Historic site, which requires Parks Canada approval. We have also had conversations with them as well. There is an ability to streamline the process, but if you wanted to proceed, you'd have to work closely with them to understand what their requirements would be, and including the clearances and design of the bridge. Often that includes things like you can't put footings near the edges of the waterway, and what kind of sediment impacts you may have. So that kind of thing would have to be sorted out for an in-town crossing. The bypass does not have the same kind of federal oversight. And then traffic improvements, obviously they have the least impact. They're kind of the lower cost range for improvements. Next slide, please. So throughout the presentation, I've mentioned a number of things that we've heard from community members. I just want to go through this list, and on the next slide, I will talk about some of the key things that have come up from stakeholders that we've tried to address prior to this final presentation. As Corby mentioned, we've had public meetings. We've had 2 public meetings and 2 stakeholder meetings. We've heard a mix of support and concern with solutions. I think what's really important is to recognize there's no silver bullet here, that there's no perfect solution, and what we are trying to find through this process is the one that has the least impact with the greatest benefit. There's concerns with impacts and moving traffic around. One of the key things is to say that you're taking an issue in Fenelon Falls and moving it to the Burnt River. That's something that we've looked at. And ultimately, when you're looking at a geography of traffic flow like this, some of the traffic is generated by some of the people that are broader than Fenelon Falls in and of itself. So I think that's an important understanding to have, that it benefits everyone and it impacts a wide range. The concerns with changing Helen and Lindsay Street and that intersection, I'll get to that in the next slide, but we have heard about the concerns about the recommendations we've made about putting an intersection at Elliott and restricting movements at the intersection. Many people have talked about concerns with Tim Hortons. I think I've touched on this with you. We can do, the recommendations are within what we can do for what's in the public space and the private space. There probably are some solutions that they could do on site that could be explored. And then a desire to see the existing bridge improved. So that's what I spoke to earlier. People, we have heard that the rehab, people are interested in seeing the bridge rehab go forward, and in particular want to see improvements to the pedestrian crossing. So following some of the input that we did do additional traffic work, and we progressed some of the design considerations to understand what they may be for the bypass. Next slide, please. And ultimately, so some of the critical issues and how we are thinking about them. So particularly the turning movements and the restrictions at Helen and Lindsay Street, we recognize it's a big ask of people when you have a pattern and established movement, you're used to using the road and the network in this way, that we're introducing a change. And it won't necessarily be palatable right away, but you know, it's our opinion that people will adapt, and with the improvements will come actually some benefits that I think people are looking for, and that's part of why we're making this kind of recommendation. It does require the improvement to Elliott Street, as I laid out, and that work should progress, if possible, as soon as it can. One of the other things that people raised was economic benefits of the second in-town crossing. So very fair to point out that one thing that our work has not done is explored all of the potential economic outcomes of a second bridge in town. It's not actually really within the scope of our work to do that. It's also heavily influenced by a number of factors. You know, actually some of the earlier presentations are really timely, because the things that may affect the local businesses and the economy, traffic is one of those conditions, but it will also include jobs. It will include housing. It will include it will include the regional economy, the local economy, the current market. So there's many factors, and this is one of the areas that you know, if people wanted that further explored, there'd have to be more work done in that. And I think that it would require many layers. It's not just a traffic lens that needs to be applied. EMS, so there were a number of times where EMS was raised as concerns that people felt like with one bridge and one crossing, there's big risk for not, you know, if there's ever an accident on the bridge or a failure, that EMS and emergency response could not get through. So we took that back to the city, and ultimately, whether real or perceived, what we heard is that the providers have not experienced or thought this to be an issue. So we have to go from that, is from the people who are providing these services. They haven't identified that issue, and there has been study done in terms of master planning for this emergency response, and that's not one of the key issues that's been raised. So finally, the big one is move quickly with the design of the bypass. We also heard that. I think people are supportive of a bypass generally. Importantly, we haven't had as much input from actual Burnt River residents, so that would have to be factored into the next work in the Schedule C work, and to make sure that those residents are consulted and understand what this solution means. So the recommendations, this is the final slide here. I probably don't need to repeat this. I think it's probably pretty clear, but progress with the bypass as quickly as you can. It's our recommendation to implement the improvements, the traffic improvements that we show for Helen, Lindsay, and Elliott Street. We know that there are still some questions from residents on that. So if there's questions from council members today, we're happy to take those. That may not be totally clear yet in the decision. The future bridge rehabilitation should consider moving the pedestrian sidewalk to the east side of the bridge. Schedule C work for the bypass needs to address the key issues I highlighted in that one slide: the floodplain, the property impacts, noise, air quality, that kind of thing. Working with Tim Hortons on their drive-through, the drive-through configuration, the access. I mean, it's not something to do within the EA, but it is an opportunity to carry forward potentially as a recommendation. And continue to monitor growth in Fenelon Falls. So this is the piece I wanted to come back to. Ultimately, our recommendations don't eliminate the potential for a future second bridge in Fenelon Falls. I don't have a number. I did get asked, I wasn't able to respond. I did get asked by someone I believe is watching, what is the number of growth that is needed to support a second bridge? I don't have a number for you. I'm sure there could be work done on what is the threshold. Ultimately, we are seeing an at capacity scenario for 2031, which means if we can reduce that by 20% in a bypass and then improve traffic flow, that will allow for a reasonable level of operations that could continue for quite a long time. And so ultimately, the recommendation we do have is that the city consider mechanisms and tools through which to secure and protect land for a potential bridge. So what's important to consider in that is really the future proofing component, which means to think about where those connections could be and where that a second crossing could be, and to protect those corridors, get some easements, those kinds of things, so that big development doesn't go in and it's even more expensive to build and it's even more disruptive to build in the future. So to really think ahead to potential corridors and to preserve space might be an option for the city to explore going forward. And thank you. So that's the final. So we're happy to open it up for questions.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Mary Lise, you ran through that like you knew what you were talking about. Thank you. That's much appreciated. So let's get a motion to receive, and we'll see if there's any questions or any conversation that we want to have at this point. Motion to receive, Councillor Elmsley, and seconded by Councillor Vale. Councillor Elmsley had a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. You had public meetings in, I think it was May and November of 2019, and then we had a stakeholders meeting in August of 2020, but we didn't have any follow-up to the public meetings, and I'm wondering if it's possible that we schedule another public meeting in order to close the loop with the folks who showed up in 2019 who may be looking for what your recommendations are. And so Mr. Mayor, I'm asking that staff arrange with Dylan to have a public meeting in Fenelon to close that loop.
So let's make that one of the recommendations when we get to the report, because they're looking for future direction from this council moving forward. So I think that's a good direction to give when we get to the report, if that's okay. Councillor Seymour Fagan, go ahead.
Thank you, through you. So we're looking at some different options, and one of the options is a bypass through Burnt River. You said that it would relieve 20% of the traffic. So that's 2 cars per every 10. I don't really think that's much of a relief. I don't know, 100 cars sitting in traffic in Fenelon. They do in Bobcaygeon in the summer too, where it's busy with all the bridges. They can go around. They do both ways, but I just don't see 2 cars out of every 10 making a big difference. You know, you might sit in traffic for 15 minutes, so you're gonna go around and it's gonna relieve 2 cars. And I know that area very well, that's my ward, and that area floods badly. That's where all the flooding is. So, you know, I just have a concern, and also if you held the meetings in November and May, in 2019, that is a cottage area, so the people probably weren't even around. So I do think that another public meeting is in order. And it seems like Sobeys and Tim Hortons are the problem. I don't know who allowed them to build there, but that's the problem. That's what's holding everything up.
Well, that's a whole nother discussion, isn't it? I'm not sure if the consultant wants to tackle that one. I'm not sure why we're spending a whole lot of money improving a traffic flow into Tim Hortons when maybe the discussion should be had with Tim Hortons about how do you improve your business model to get people in your restaurant, but I don't think that's within their scope either. So is there any other, I have a couple of questions. So if I can, and maybe through you, Corby, and you can point me to the right person to talk to. So with your recommendations and, you know, the bypass, I think, I'm good with these recommendations. I mean, just from what I understand of Fenelon Falls, the sidewalk, the bypass, you know, working with Tim Hortons, sure. Where I'm struggling, and I have to be really honest with you, and I know it's the implementing the traffic improvements for Helen Street, Lindsay Street, and Elliott Street, and using Elliott Street for that access into Sobeys and Tim Hortons. And I know you've heard it, you know, from during your public and stakeholder consultations. Is this the best solution from a whole lot of bad solutions that are available? Because really you're limited. I mean, I'm not saying it's your bad idea. I'm just saying it seems like I've seen traffic backed up many, many times from Tim Hortons right out to Lindsay Street, and putting a left turn lane there. Yes, the traffic will be able to go around it, but traffic coming north and going left onto Lindsay Street, you're gonna stall. I mean, the number of times that there's traffic backed all the way to Lindsay Street and beyond, the times I've been by, it's more often than not. And I mean, you know, there's local people live there that probably know that better than I do, but I'm just wondering if are we looking at, is that a solution, or is that just really the best solution out of the lack of solutions that are available? Or is there an option to consider something bold and different that maybe, you know, we're just looking at tweaking something that we already have? I understand there's a cost implication and appreciate that. And I think what you're suggesting would help. I'm just wondering if are we missing, you know, a really bold solution, and I don't have any idea what that might be, short of, you know, moving Tim Hortons to another location. But again, that's probably a discussion for another day. But, you know, is there something that we're maybe haven't looked at, or is there something that we could go back and say, you know what, if we really want to fix this problem, not just for the next 10 years, but, you know, Fenelon Falls is busy, it's growing, and the traffic's going to improve. And what can, you know, I get the bridge, I get the bypass, I get the things that we can do, you know, and one day we're going to probably need another bridge in the Fenelon Falls area, but not right now. I think what you've suggested will really improve the traffic flow considerably, not just the bypass, but, you know, the actions you're taking in the town. But I'm really struggling with that intersection improvement at Lindsay and Helen and Elliott Street, and just wondering if we're, you know, are we really, that's the best of the option, or are we really just, we need to go something really bold if you really want to fix this problem? And I don't know if that's a loaded question, or, yeah, so I don't know who to address that to, Corby, but they've all got their hands up. Ian's got his hand up, so why don't we start with him? Go ahead.
Yeah, I could take that. I'll get started. So we looked at a whole variety of solutions. We started with just looking at you know, restricting one movement at one access, and then we started looking at the more bolder solutions as well, including like a roundabout or a multi-lane roundabout. What would actually be required to accommodate that traffic through, including all the accesses? And once we started going down that road, it was the footprint that would be required, ended up being a really big concern. And so that was kind of put aside. We looked at some other bigger picture alternatives, such as extending Elliott Street right through over to Helen Street as kind of like punching it, so it would no longer be a T intersection, recognizing that has been previously studied as well. And that did show some benefits. It did have other implications in terms of, you know, implementation challenges, that it would take a little more time, cost to get that solution in place. And still didn't actually prove to provide a better operation than what we were recommending in the current analysis. So we did feel we looked at a whole variety of solutions, and the one that we're carrying forward was the best one that kind of came to the top.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Lee, did you have
Mr.
something
Mayor,
you wanted to add? Yep.
Yeah, if I may, through you, Mr. Mayor, I just to add to that, I think that, as I said earlier, there is no silver bullet, and I think you're right that it is a challenging situation that the communities found themselves in terms of how both the network and the land use has built out over time here. If you're looking or interested in the big picture, big bucket things, You know, I think one thing that's really important to consider is that although we talk a lot about all the traffic Tim Hortons that generates, and same with Sobeys, these are really important attractors to an area. And so there's also a lot gained by having these. There's a lot of people who come to pop by that Tim Hortons and then realize they need to pick something up and they're here anyway, so why not grab it? And there's a number of people who like they come into this area to go to this to go to the Sobeys because of the scale of what they can get at that grocer. And so thinking about the relationship of land use and transportation, and then also the value of these kinds of enterprises is important. And in terms of the scale, it may be a potential relocation of one of the land uses, but that does need to be considered in the context of people wanting to be able to get access that's in close proximity to these things. So there are also boaters who use the Trent Severn waterway, and they want to walk to that Sobeys, and they get out of their boats and they come along and they walk to that Tim Hortons. And so there's a lot of considerations that make it very complicated. And I think you hit it on the head that to get really grand in solutions, even if you were to do an additional second crossing in town, put it near a grocer and a Tim Hortons, and it will be even more successful. And so that's the same with the bypass. And that needs to be considered in light of how people move and why they're moving through this area and how they're using the network.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Riley?
Thank you for your presentation. I know you recommended 2 solutions, and I'm just wondering if the bypass alone, we're just thinking of out loud, the bypass alone, and it reduced 20% of the congestion, that obviously doesn't suffice all the solutions, or isn't there a solution by itself that's going to solve? I know it's not going to solve it entirely, but taking 20% out of that intersection and leave the intersection kind of the way it is, was that one of the ones discussed?
Yeah, and I think that that's absolutely reasonable. It's just really more a function of timing, recognizing that a bypass would take longer, and the traffic improvements are more near-term solutions that we could implement to fix things right now in advance of any other potential crossing.
Okay. Go ahead. Yeah. No. Yeah. I mean. Yeah. No, I think you did. Yeah. Any other questions, Councillor Ashmore?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the consultants. Just a couple things on the roundabout. They're great roundabouts, but they do need a big footprint. They need lots of room, like you say. So they would be great, but I think that's pretty tight to have a roundabout there. But my second question is a bypass. Have you looked at what the effect is going to be on economically on a bypass? Because bypasses sometimes aren't the greatest things for villages and towns, because they do really hit them hard. I'll give you an example. This is going back a long time ago, but dating myself, but in the 1970s, little village of Dunsford between Lindsay and Bob Cajun, the highway went right through the village, and then Highway 36 at one time was a provincial highway, and then now it's a city highway. But it almost killed the village. It's bouncing back. It survived, but I mean, it had a detrimental effect on that village for so many years because of that bypass. But have you looked at the economic impact of having a bypass? Like really looked at it? Because you want to be careful what you ask for, because if you do a bypass, you might do a lot of damage to the businesses inside that town.
I'm happy to answer that question on behalf of the team, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. As Mayor Lee said in her presentation, we did a portion of our work did touch on socioeconomic, but there is like another whole thing that can be done in regards to an economic impact analysis, which we are suggesting get done as part of the Schedule C, which is the broader piece of work that needs to be done to advance ultimately towards the bypass. I hear exactly what you're saying, based on my own anecdotal experience working in various rural and cottage communities around Ontario. Is that it is very much unique to each community. In some cases, what we've found is that the bypass can hurt. And in other cases, the bypass provides necessary relief to help the downtown be more revitalized. And in the case of Fenelon Falls, what I'm just simply able to share with you anecdotally is some experience. And as I said, the further study through the Schedule C would hopefully, offer some technical science behind it. But in a cottage or like rural community setting, what you have during peak periods is an opportunity for those traveling through town to be able to say, you know what, I'm just going to stop and take advantage of the fact that I can just stop here and do something, whether it's go to a restaurant, shop at a store, get some groceries. In that way, congestion in a small downtown or main street is actually not a bad thing, because there's this weird thing that happens where it creates a dynamic for someone to actually want to stop and spend money in that jurisdiction. And based on what we're seeing is that that's not necessarily the phenomenon that drives the traffic through Fenelon Falls. Through the data that we were looking at, there's a lot of through traffic, and they're not stopping. They don't want to stop. They want to get from point A to point B. So if we're going to create a bypass, anecdotally, the feeling, again, hopefully backed up by further science, is that we're going to move the people that want to get from A to B to a portion of road where they can do that, and then open up the downtown for everyone that wants to go downtown, and make it a lot easier to get there and make the downtown hopefully a more vibrant, enjoyable place to be. And that's, again, some anecdotal experience based on my own years and things that I've been hearing from stakeholders through the course of this process.
Thank you. Any further questions? So I have one more. So what was the rationale from, I'm looking at your map of all the arrows, Helen Street again. What's the rationale for people coming up Helen and not allowing them to go straight over into Sobeys, or people coming out of Sobeys and not allowing them to go straight onto Helen Street? I get the no left turn. I get the no left turn coming south across the bridge into Sobeys. That makes sense to me. No left turn coming out of Sobeys makes sense to me. Having those two lanes coming south and allowing those two lanes to progress down Lindsay Street. But what's the rationale for not allowing that straight across both ways from Helen to Sobeys and Sobeys to Helen, vice versa? Because it doesn't seem like it would create a little bit easier traffic flow for in and out, and it wouldn't really congest too much. So can I leave that one with you?
Sure, I could. I'll take that. One of the big things is just there's a real constraint on the amount of time, green time that's available for the signal. So we looked at kind of adjusting the signal to see what we can do, but really in the end, there's so many competing signal phases that we can't find a little slot for an extra movement. So in terms of like the through movements, in order to accommodate a through movement out of the Sobeys Tim Hortons onto Helen Street, it would need its own green signal. Right now, we're recommending a right in, right out. That could be unsignalized. They don't actually need any green time. But providing that through movement means that all of a sudden now we need to take away green time from other movements in order to allow that to go. And once we did that, the other movements started being over capacity.
Actually, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you. Any further questions for the presenters? Go ahead, Councillor O'Reilly.
I heard the explanation, but I was the same as the mayor. Is there too great of a downside to continue that traffic going straight through Helen Street? I realize what you said, you give a good explanation, but I can agree with all the rest of the movements, and then I realize they all work together as well. But that's the only one that I see that, in my unprofessional opinion, that is more troubling than the rest of them.
So I'd say there is an ability potentially to accommodate the eastbound through movement, because that one may be able to be accommodated simultaneously with the eastbound left turn, which that we are maintaining. The challenge would be to put in an extra westbound through movement. That one would be a real, I don't think it would work within the signal.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Yeo.
Hi, and thanks for the presentation. I have a question on the bypass. And we just spent a lot of money on a new bridge on North Line Road, and it's not all that far from Somerville Third Concession. It's about, I don't know, about 1.5 kilometers down the road, and you go over the bridge, and there's a road that's already there, and it goes over to 121. So why would we buy a whole bunch of cottages and not just turn right, go over the bridge, and take the road that's already there as the bypass? It would save a lot of money in land acquisition and bridge costs.
So maybe I can start with that one, and then Ian, if there's anything additional there. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So we did look at that. Ultimately, it is quite a bit slower. It really it does add to the length of the trip, as well as the fact that we would like to introduce this. I don't want to have that truck component get lost in this conversation. The community has talked about this a lot, getting the trucks out of Fenelon Falls. The existing, the bridge that you're referring to, my understanding is that not necessarily well suited to additional truck traffic. I don't know the details on all of that myself, but I think that a key piece here is really the combination of wanting to create a route that would be used by truck movement, and that also would be direct enough to be comparable to the time to travel through town during these peak periods. Ian, I'm not sure if there's anything you wanted to add to that. Okay.
Ian's good. Okay. Councillor Riley?
Just most of the truck traffic is coming north of that center line bridge, the new bridge. So just to further to Councillor Yo's suggestion, I'm sure you did look at it, but a lot of the quarries that are coming out of Comiconkin to the north would be north of that center line bridge.
Is that a question?
Yeah, just one thing. The question was, did you explore where a lot of the quarry traffic was coming from?
Yes, so through you, Mr. Mayor, Ian, if you'd like to, but to the councillor, that the traffic study, the data that we were including was including that the truck data.
That means the origin of the truck traffic too, because I'm just thinking most of the quarries are in the north.
Yeah.
Yes, included that as well. That's what she's saying. Okay. Okay. Any other questions? Councillor Richardson?
Thank you, and through you. So I might have missed it. What was, like, when you break it down, what kind of percentage of that traffic congestion is caused by Tim Hortons?
So that level of detail we weren't able to pick up. We don't have the actual in and out counts to the specific establishments on site. So it's hard for us to actually decipher what is actually the site generated traffic versus Tim Hortons versus Sobeys versus the other traffic. So we were primarily looking at intersection counts and the traffic that's being accommodated at intersections, signalized and unsignalized.
Okay, I'm kind of leaning the same way as our mayor at that time is, you know, maybe have that reach out with Tim Hortons. And I know I've read it in past where, you know, there's a smaller drive-through located a little further up the street to get rid of that congestion and make the other Tim Hortons as you're walking and sit in traffic only. It's just something I wanted to say out loud, so.
Which would be a discussion to have with the Tim Hortons to help solve some of the traffic solutions. Agree. Thank you. Any further questions for the presenters or for Corby? Okay, we have a motion to receive. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you very much. We'll go down to the report. 641 is the report. I'll just get a motion at this point that the report ENG 220023 Fenelon Falls Secondary Crossing EA presentation be received. So let's start with that. Get a motion to receive. Councillor Elmsley and Yo. Any discussion on that? Okay, call the question. All in favor? That's passed. You want to do a follow-up motion, Councillor Elmsley, regarding another public meeting?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That Dylan, that staff arranged with Dylan to hold a another public meeting in Fenelon Falls to catch the folks from 2019 and update them on the recommendations.
Before the recommendations come forward to council.
Before the recommendations come
Okay, you
forward to
second that?
council.
Yeah, I'll second it. I just wonder what the timing is.
Corby, when were you looking at having something back to council, do you know?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we were hoping to get something Q1 of 2021. However, if we want to hit all of the cottage people for a second PIC, then we could push that to make sure we can accommodate the cottage people.
So more of a back by Q2, try to catch the May into June type of thing.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, I think that's probably best, as we'll the end of Q2 or early Q3.
You okay with that? Hold it up a little bit, but make sure we're talking to everybody? Okay, you're good with that? So let's put that in the thing that we'll target end of Q2 2021 to come back to council. Any further recommendations?
Well, we need the one following that, that it be brought forward to council at a future. And you're saying
Yeah, all I'm trying to flush out right now is this is, the public meeting is great. I don't think that's a problem. I think it's a great idea, but is there any other direction you want to give to Dylan or to Corby regarding these recommendations? Because this is the recommendations that are going to come back to council. They're going to have another public meeting, but are we, do you want any further study anywhere? Do you want another option looked at? Do you want some more information? Now's the time to put that forward to council. Councilor Yeo?
Yeah, I would like to add something in there about a bypass and putting cutoff lanes in off the highway and off the third line so as to eliminate stop signs and for the traffic and utilize the bridge and the road that's already there. So I don't know if they can put some more thought into that at all, if I can make that a motion, or if I'm just wasting time.
No, I don't think it's a waste of time. I think, how would we word that? That explore the option of the bypass, utilizing the existing bridge and road. I mean, you heard from the consultant, they've already looked at that, but what are you looking for? Some more data, some more just what's the upside to it as opposed to the downside?
Yeah, I'm looking at, like, I'm sure they looked at it, but I want to know if they look at not having any stop signs on the route and putting the stop signs actually on the back road. So it's just a continuous traffic right to the road. And I don't think it's going to be a whole lot longer. By the time you go down the third line and back up to 121, it's not a short distance. I think it's all relative to each other. So I'd like some more detail on it.
So explore the bypass option further, utilizing the existing bridge over the Burnt River and changing the stop sign configuration for a complete flow so they're not stopping at all the intersections. Go ahead.
Just to clarify, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, are we talking the recently constructed Mitchell's Bridge?
So just some more information on, I think what they're looking for is just some more information on that potential and what's, yes, you've mentioned there's a few downsides to it, but let's weigh those downsides against the downsides of a new bridge, taking people's cottages, the environmental impact and the cost. And if it's an extra 10 minutes for somebody using that bypass, let's weigh that against. So I think that's a good solution. Does that make sense? Do you have direction there? So you move that motion. Will you add that one?
Well, I have a question. If we're going to utilize the existing Mitchell Bridge, you're going to have to go through Fenelon Falls. Well, how else are you going to get there?
So coming from the north, the third concession down, over, and then east, right? It's just, we'll add that as a second recommendation before it comes back to council. Anything else? I think that's a good one, actually. Anything else, Councillor Riley?
Maybe, is there any environmental assessments that we think might be needed ahead of time? I realize we haven't picked the bypass option yet, But do we know if Mitchell Bridge can handle truck traffic? I guess that'd be a question that they can figure out too.
Well, ask the engineer, but I sure hope so. It's a new bridge, so.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Yes, I believe it can, but we can confirm that.
Yeah, that's okay. Thank you.
I think as part of that motion, we can get some of those solutions. So are we comfortable with that and we'll go forward with that? Another meeting, look at the alternate route. And you made a great comment, not really the scope of their thing, but about having a conversation with Tim Hortons, you know, a separate little drive-through, which they've done, which I never really thought about. That's a good idea. So that might help too. So, okay, so we have the motion and the last part of that this recommendation be brought forward to council at a future council meeting. All clear? Any other questions? Call the question. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you very much for your presentation today and for answering our questions. I know it's not an easy solution, and we recognize that. I think this gives you some direction to go forward, so we appreciate that, and we look forward to seeing your final recommendations when they come back to council. Thank you. Okay. Reports. What time we got? 4 o'clock. Reports. So let's go into a few reports here, and then if we need to, we'll take another break. We'll see how we make out. So 7.1 is the 2020 capital close report. I believe Director Stover is going to, thanks Corby, thanks. Director Stover is going to help us on this one. So you've got a report and a motion with, we do this every year, but maybe Director Stover, there you are. Hello, can you hear me? We can't hear you.
There you go. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, very faintly. So if you can crank that volume up or talk a little louder. So do you want to give us a quick overview on 2020 Q2 capital close?
Sure. So this is a typical report that we bring forward twice a year. So this is our capital close for Q2. So as of June 2020, these were the projects that we were closing. So there's 3 schedules attached to the report. They're typical schedules that you would see. Schedule A are the projects that are complete and are going to be closed, returning almost $1.6 million back to the various reserves as noted in the report. Appendix B are projects that are on target for completion as per the policy. And then Appendix C are projects that we're requesting an extension in order to get those completed. That's it, unless anybody has any questions.
Questions? Councillor Ashmore, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, to the Director. Just a quick question on the Omimi WPCP. This has been going on for 10 years now, and it says that it's over budget, but could you explain when it says pending final contract adjustments and clearances? What is that? What's that going to entail? Is that going to be more expenses, or will this project be completed in 2021?
Where's that located? Just so that.
Yeah, where's that?
No, but where in the chart is it?
Number one, first one.
First one?
Yep. Top of the chart. Well, actually, yeah, we're getting there. Actually, it's the second chart. Page 100.
So Appendix B.
Yeah.
The first one, Omimi WPCP, Director Stover, is what Councillor's referring to.
Yeah, so that would be a question that you would need to direct, I'm guessing, to Director Rojas. That would be his comment on that project.
Okay, well, let's see if there's any questions. We'll go back to your question at Director Rojas. Are there any other questions on the report for Director Stover? Okay. Councillor or CAO, go ahead. You don't want to be a councillor, do you? No, go ahead.
I'll reserve that response. Through you, Mr. Mayor, just with respect to this project, so you'll see on the chart that it is substantially completed. Typically, major complex projects like this, they still remain open because of warranty and other sort of issues. And I understand that this is one of those circumstances where the majority of the works have been completed, but we still keep it open in terms of working through, any of the warranty issues that go along with it. And I would just follow up by saying, I'm not sure that the director's available today, but we'd be happy to sort of take the question back and we can follow up through you or through council on a response to the status of this project.
Okay. Okay. Is there any other questions on this report? Does somebody want to move the recommendation? Councillor Riley and Yo. Questions, comments, all in favor? That's passed. Thank you. The next one is 7.2, incentives and relief for nonprofit medical trusts. I know Councillor Ashmore has a question or two on this one, but do you want to give us a quick overview and maybe just how does this relate, Director, to the request that was made to staff to come up with looking at an incentive for tax relief? And maybe you can just tie that into what this is, not really a city proposal, but it is an option, it is a direction that they can go to get tax relief. So just give us a heads up there if you can.
Correct. So this came forward as a request through Councillor Ashmore to look at opportunities to provide incentives or relief to assist nonprofit medical trusts. And so within the rationale in the report, there are two opportunities that exist today. The first would be that any nonprofit organization can apply to MPAC, and depending on their specific circumstances and criteria, it is likely that they would receive a full exemption from property taxes. But again, that would be dependent on their specific circumstances. So we would encourage anybody that's not for profit to have that conversation with MPAC and to make that application and see where that takes them. As an alternative, if the nonprofit medical trust didn't qualify under MPAC for full exemption, then the city already has a charitable rebate program where you can apply for 40% relief on your property taxes. And it's my understanding that the specific tenant or owner of the property that Councillor Ashmore was speaking about is in fact a registered charity, and therefore they would in all likelihood apply under our program, under our charitable rebate program for that 40% relief. Again, both of these options though would require that organization to come forward and make that application themselves. And then as an alternative, within our charitable rebate program, there are currently two organizations that the city has opted to provide full relief of property taxes to. And so again, we've left that as an alternative that council could explore that if they wanted to add this, the nonprofit medical trust to that list. But from a staff perspective, we would encourage them to go the MPAC route first as just an option to see whether they automatically qualify for exemption through MPAC.
So who could these organizations get hold of to just sort of give them some direction if the councillor wanted to sort of get hold of them and say, contact so-and-so to figure out what your options are before, council decides to do anything? There are some programs in place, so obviously we should explore those first. So who can they contact just to give them a bit of a direction if needed?
If they need to, they can reach out to me directly, and I'll get them a name of a representative of MPAC that they can speak to.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Ashmore?
Yeah, that's good, thanks. Just one more question. So it's to the director. So it's 40% of their taxes. So this facility, the taxes are, get this, $15,000 per year, and this is an economic driver for this village. 2 doctors, a nurse practitioner. It's been going for 10 years. It's been a lot of economic spin-offs, so they've never come looking for money to council. They did it all on their own through the Legacy Trust Fund, but that's how they did it. But they would, they're actually not a trust. I talked to them this morning. They're a nonprofit charitable, but they're not a trust. But so my question is, they would be eligible for 40% of their taxes, so 40% of 15,000? Is that what they would get back if they successfully apply?
I'm going to say yes, but I am not 100% confident. I'd have to get back to you, Councillor Ashmore, as to whether or not that's 40% of just the city's taxes, or if that would also include the school board's taxes.
The contact, that'd be great.
If they apply through MPAC, the exemption would apply to all taxes. But I can get back to you as to whether or not the school board portion also applies under our charitable rebate program.
Okay. So it sounds like if we move the recommendation as printed for now, get them to get in contact with the director, let's explore the options that are already in place. And if needed, if it's not going as we hope it will, then there's always the option to come back to council, and council can make a one-off decision if council needs to. But I think we should explore the options that are already in place first. So if you're okay with that, will you move the recommendation as printed, Councillor Ashmore? Thank you. Second by Councillor Helmsley. Any further discussion? All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. That's it. Director, she's gone. She's already gone. 7.3. They're way ahead of me. 7.3, listing properties on the Heritage Register. So just a reminder, this goes back to the deputation that we had earlier from Roberto. There's a lot of work went into listing this Heritage Register, so I'm going to just turn it over to the CAO for a minute. Emily's with us, but our CAO, Ron Taylor, just wanted to lead into this report, so go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, and I acknowledge that you have a hefty agenda today and are somewhat time constrained, so I'll be very brief, but thought it was just a good opportunity to flag this as just a great example of sort of work that's continuing to happen while the pandemic is upon us. I'll talk about staff in a minute, but even the Heritage Committee and those representatives being able to go through an inventory of this scale and make recommendations is actually quite amazing. So you've got a report in front of you that is looking at the heritage significance of 57 properties throughout the entire city. And I know you appreciate the geography. And I just wanted to commend Emily for the work that was done in quite short order and over the duration of this pandemic to inventory, to visit those properties, photograph and research properly to make good recommendations for you today. So thanks for the opportunity for that. I will just note as well that there was the deputation earlier, and there always has been some confusion with respect to the Heritage Registry versus designation. And I just want to reiterate that what's in front of you today is an ongoing best practice list of these are important heritage properties that we want on a list so that we're all aware of them. Even the deputant suggested in the purchase of the property before that he was making that purchase knowing that it was the Boyd property and so on. And so I think it's a great exercise to go through and for the municipality to have. So just thanks for the opportunity, and I want to thank Emily specifically for the work on this.
Yeah, no, and I'll certainly second that. When I look at these pictures and these buildings and facilities across our community, it's great to see this moving forward and protecting some of these properties. So it's good stuff. So Emily, do you want to give us the Coles Notes version of your rationale for listing these properties on the Heritage Register and why it's before council? Go ahead.
Sure. Thanks very much, through you, Mr. Mayor. So you have the 57 properties before you for listing today. So just as a reminder, what that means for those properties, if council chooses to list them, is that if an owner came forward for a demolition permit, there would be a 60-day notice period. And during that time, council could decide what to do with that property, whether or not they wanted to designate it to prevent from demolition, or if they wanted to allow that demolition to go forward. So these properties have been identified because they fulfill criteria, Ontario Regulation 906, which is the criteria for determining cultural heritage value under the Ontario Heritage Act. As we've done in the past, we try and look at properties throughout the municipalities, touching on all of our different wards, our different regions, and the diversity of properties that we have. So properties in town, properties out in the country, some of our agricultural properties, institutional properties, residential properties, the whole range of them. There is quite a significant list before you today. And you'll notice that it's larger than the last list, the one that you looked at back in March was the last time that you had gotten one. So the original intention for 2020 was to bring forward three lists of listing properties to council. One in March, another one in June or July, and then another in October or November. Obviously, there was a global pandemic, which I think threw off everybody's schedules, including mine. So we've put the properties that I had intended to bring forward around June, together with those that I'd intended to bring forward in the fall, into one report. So that's why you've got kind of a hefty list in front of you today. And yeah, that's the Coles Notes version. It's the same as the other listing reports that you've seen in the past, just with different properties, as we continue to go through and identify those historic properties in our community.
Thanks, Emily. Can you give us a quick note on the 100 Front Street that was the deputant? I know you mentioned to me that wasn't on your original list of ones that were going to be on the Heritage Register, but I guess found out that the owner was looking to possibly renovate or knock it down because of some of the issues he's having. So the Heritage Committee chose to add this to the list just so that we can have a further conversation. I mean, is there anything to add there on why wasn't it part of the original list coming forward?
Sure. So the original list, I brought a list forward to the Heritage Committee in August. That's when they had a look at them. And the list that I brought forward, it just wasn't part of it because it hadn't been on my radar at the time. I'd identified some other properties in Bobcaygeon that I wanted to bring forward for consideration, and that the Heritage Committee had flagged to me. At the meeting when we were discussing the properties, it was brought up by the committee as a property where there were potentially some threats for demolition, and where it did have some significance because of its ownership and use by the Boyds. So the Heritage Committee at that time requested that it be added to the list coming forward to council, and be listed as well, because there were some concerns about whether or not it was going to be facing demolition at some point.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Ashmore?
Thank you. Just a quick question. Thanks, Emily, for the report. The only issue that we had, I think, in the spring was that sometimes people wouldn't, the owners said that they didn't get notification, but we've changed that now that everybody gets, is it a registered letter, and they have to acknowledge that they've received it? So at least they know that they've been notified, and you've got record that they have been notified, and that there's no confusion. So, but that's been straightened out now, has it?
That's right. So all the letters, the notices that go out, they are tracked now, so we know if people receive them, and if they're not receiving them, we can see that. So that issue's been ironed out. So hopefully we're good to go on that front.
Questions? Councillor Seymour Fagan?
Yes, thank you, through you. Hi, Emily. Great job on this. I lived in a preservation district in Minneapolis, so I know all about this, including the, the fantastic, I guess, positives of a designation, but I also know how difficult it is sometimes, including this property at 100 Front Street in Bobcaygeon. Now, it sounds like this property is not salvable. If there's termites in it, if it's built on the ground, I don't think that they can maintain this property. I know when he purchased it because it was a heritage property. Mr. Marjoni has spent a lot of money in Bobcaygeon and area investing. So, I know that this was not his intention. But if we support this, that means he would have 60 days that he would not be able to demolish the building if he was going to demolish it, or a partial demolishment of the building. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I can run you through the process. So in terms of commenting on the structural issues of the building, I can't really provide comment on them. I don't know the ins and outs of the termite problem or its foundational issues. So in order for me to give any kind of opinion on that, there would have to be a structural analysis done on the building. However, if council did choose to list the building today, what would happen is it would go on the Heritage Register. If a demolition permit came forward for that, then that would trigger a 60-day period. So during that 60-day period, that would allow me to undertake a full heritage assessment of the building to give council more information on the property to help inform their decision of what they wanted to do. We would ask the owner to supply that structural information. So an assessment saying, here are the issues with the foundation, with the termites, with the asbestos, etc. So that would go forward to the Heritage Committee, which would provide a recommendation to council whether or not council should approve the demolition, or whether or not council should go ahead and designate the building, which council can do if they choose so. It would then come to council, and council could make the decision at that time. So they would receive the recommendation. If council saw that, realized that the structural issues were too great, you could approve the demolition at that time. Or if council chose to designate the property, they could do so without the owner's consent, which may trigger an appeal process. So if council decided to do that at some point in the future, there is an appeal process laid out in the Ontario Heritage Act. It's quite involved if that's what council wanted to do, but listing the property now puts it on the register, and then if that demolition comes forward, it triggers that process.
Thank you. That's exactly what I thought. So this process could be months, years down the road. It could be, potentially. I know this because I lived in a preservation district, so I know what it can be like. The other question, because you said that they would have to supply with all sorts of documents. The other question, or actually statement I have, we used to own a Boyd property. There's many Boyd properties within Bobcaygeon, and there's many historical homes. So I'm just wondering, is it just because someone brought that to your attention? Is that why you're looking at designating this one specifically?
Yes, so we're looking at listing it specifically because it was brought forward by the Heritage Committee, and they put a motion forward to bring it to council's attention to be added to the register.
Okay, thank you very much, and I really appreciate all the work you're doing on this.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any further questions for Emily? Okay, we have a recommendation in front of us that the listed properties on the register be received, that the proposed listing of non-designated properties on the City of Kawartha Lakes Heritage Registry included in Appendix A be approved, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. So the only question, I guess, is do you want to amend Appendix A and take out 100 Front Street East at this point? Councillor Seymour Fagan?
Yes, I would like to do that. I would like to remove 100 Front Street at this point. Thank you.
So remove 100 Front Street from the Heritage listing property on the Heritage Registry, then the motion changes included in Appendix A as amended. Okay, you'll move that. You'll second that. Any further discussion, comment? Councillor Yeo, sorry. Call the question. All in favor? That's passed. Thanks, Emily. Appreciate it.
The next report's me too.
Yep. What's that?
I said the next report is me too.
Next is you too, so stick around. Yeah, this one's a little simpler. So we got a property designated at, proposed designation at 28 Boyd Street. You want to give us a quick overview?
Yeah, so this is quite a sort of a good news story, and it's been a lot of work on the part of Environmental Action Bobcaygeon to get this forward to council today. So this is for the proposed designation of the dry stone wall located at Case Manor Care Community. So how this came about is the wall is in need of restoration. It's not in too bad shape, but it certainly needs a lot of work to prevent it from deteriorating further. Environmental Action Bobcaygeon has been leading a campaign to restore it. Originally, Case Manor had been thinking about demolishing the wall, not because they wanted to, but because they were looking at something that was quite an expensive proposition. But Environmental Action Bobcaygeon has been working with them to figure out how that is going to be affordable for them. And has also been working to get them on board with the designation. So Case Manor, as well as their parent organization, Sienna Senior Living, is now supportive of designating the wall because there's an action plan in place, including securing some funding to get the wall restored. So part of doing that restoration is pursuing the designation, in part because it makes it eligible for more funding, and in part because it means that any fundraising or funding that's generated through the work that Environmental Action Botcajun is doing would be going towards a project where the wall would be protected for the long term by a municipal bylaw. So this is actually another Boyd property that's in Botcajun, but this is W.T.C. Boyd's former estate. So his estate house, Edgewood, unfortunately is no longer there, but the dry stone wall is. It's a great example of this kind of construction that's been recognized by UNESCO as having intangible cultural heritage, and it's really great to have one of these in our community.
Agree. Thank you. Seems pretty straightforward. You'll move that as printed, Councillor Seymour Fagan. Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Vale. Any questions, comments? All in favor? That's passed. Thanks, Emily. Appreciate it. Item 7.5 on our agenda is the Textile Recycling Pilot Program. We've got a few reports for Brian. There he is. Welcome, Mr. Robinson. Textile Recycling Pilot Program. Do you want to give us a quick overview, and we'll see what we can do?
Will do. I'll try to speak up so everybody can hear me clearly. I understand there's some volume issues with my microphone. The Textile Recycling Report brought forward WM 2020-011 is effectively a review and recommendation to council to initiate a textile recycling program within the city. The city partnered with the college to review options and alternatives and really look at what the market is doing for textile recycling. Recommendations from that review and from staff are to issue an RFP for services to commence a pilot to pull textiles out of our landfill and divert them out of our landfills, go through that pilot for a year, and then report back to council in June of 2022.
Is there a budget request that comes with this, Director, or is this just part of your operating moving forward?
It will form part of our operating, but the anticipation and analysis based on what's happened with the college is that we're anticipating it to be effectively a net neutral cost to the municipality. So whatever materials or the cost of collection alternatives would then be offset by the contractor compensating the city for the textile material itself.
Great, thank you. Councillor Richardson, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you. I just want to make a comment regarding this report. I had the opportunity 2 weeks ago to do a speech at Cambridge United Church regarding waste, recycling, climate change, and they live streamed it. By the time I drove home, I had 12 emails. 8 of those emails were regarding textiles, so I think we're moving in the right direction, follows with our HEP plan. I think it's a great idea to bring this pilot project, and I'm looking forward to seeing the results.
I assume you'll move that recommendation as printed. Thank you. Second by Councillor Vale. Any further questions, discussion? All in favor? That's passed. Thank you for that. 7.6 is the Sanitary Infrastructure Subsidy and Loan Program. The recommendation is that it just be received. Again, Director, do you want to give us a quick overview?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to council. This is a report that was requested through resolution of council to evaluate an alternative for the city to be able to provide subsidies for installation of backwater valves on sanitary systems to prevent backflow during high water or surge events. So staff have done a pilot review in the background and looked at our system, the frequency of events and so on, and there's some information on there within the report identifying the limited amount of concern that the municipality has had in past. There have been a few events, but very limited and isolated, and generally located around significant weather events. So staff were directed to bring back a proposed alternative for council to review. So we've done that within the rationale section. You'll note that it is a receive-only report, so there's 2 alternatives. One of them is, or the recommended alternative is really just to receive or do nothing, which is option 3 in the report. However, we did present an option to undertake the work through a subsidy program where there'd be an application process and staff would then receive, review a number of criteria and ultimately provide a subsidy of up to $1,500 per home. The average cost is around $1,500, but could cost substantially more depending on what modifications are required at the home. Option 2 within the report talks about a program similar to our septic loan program, where the municipality provides a loan to residents to enable them to perform the work, but then the loan is paid back at the regular interest rates to the municipality. So again, we've explored a couple of alternatives. Staff don't believe that the program is truly needed or is not a necessity within our municipal environment right now. So we're recommending effectively the report to be receive only. If there's any questions on that, I'd be happy to ask.
Thank you. Councillor Helmsley, go ahead.
Do you want the motion to receive too? Okay, yeah. Yeah. Just a couple of things. I think the City of Toronto has a similar program, and they get, what are they, 4 million people, 5 million people? And they get like 200 applications a year. So I don't think we'd get more than half a dozen. And I was envisioning it that it would be a cost-sharing thing, that if somebody applied and was accepted, we'd pay 50% of the back water valve. And the reason why I think it's a good idea is sometimes we're the cause of the problem, because when we do our sewer flushing, there has been instances where there has been a backup in houses, and we've ended up having to pay the cleanup costs and things like that. So I think this is a good idea. But as I say, I'd like the other option, that it'd be a 50-50 co-pay.
Well, in the rationale section, they've given you the alternatives, so that staff be directed to budget for and implement a backwater valve installation subsidy program per the process and criteria identified in rationale section of the report. You could give direction that it'd be a 50% contribution if you want to make that recommendation. So
sure,
those options are there.
Okay.
So receive the report, implement, budget, and implement an installation program based on 50% of the cost.
Yes.
Okay? And you seconded just to receive. Do you still want to second that recommendation?
Yeah, and through you, I will. I think it's a good idea as well. But is there going to be a budget on it? Like, so in case we do get 10,000, maybe there's a cap per year. I think the septic loan program has a cap on it. So.
Did you have any recommendation as far as a cap, Director? Because it says that staff be directed to budget for. I mean, it's not going to be that kind of uptake, but is there something that could come forward as part of this program that puts a cap on a yearly, so that we're not being overwhelmed in 1 year? Not that we will be, but can we put a cap on it as part of the program? And if you don't get under the cap application-wise the first year, you can apply the second year.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to council. Option 1 in the financial sections, we did review financials. So at an approximate cost of $1,500 per backwater valve to install them, and all residents would be roughly a $15 million cost. Obviously, we're not going to look at doing that initially. What we had recommended is to limit the amount to $1,500 and accept no more than 100 properties per year through the program, which would be about $150,000 annual cost, or about a 0.8% increase to the user rate fees. So we could maintain that same $150,000 cost and just effectively run it out on a first come, first served basis if council chooses to do so. And that way, if we had a very significant cost where there's a $30,000 install fee because of the uniqueness of a property, and they absorb $15,000 of that cost, it just would mean we wouldn't be doing 100 properties. We'd only be doing 50 or 60. So there's options there for council, but that was the recommendation, is to limit the annual contribution from the municipality within the program to $150,000.
Well, at the 50% cost, why don't we cap it at 100 properties? I think that's a good start. That reduces it to 75,000, and that's a lot more realistic. Are you okay with that as part of the motion, that we cap it at 100 properties a year? Excellent. Okay, any further questions? Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, through to the director, does this program apply to properties that are not hooked on to municipal services, like?
No, only
Sorry,
municipal
through you-
water
through you,
systems.
Mr. Mayor, just one thing on that, the cap of 100 properties. So if we're capping at 100 properties, I think we need $1 or a fiscal cap. Because again, if we have multiple properties that have a higher than average installation fee, we have no control on cost. So my recommendation would be to leave the $150,000 there and allow us to utilize that up to whatever number of properties to that $150,000 cap, and then cut the usage off until the following year, and control it in that fashion. So we may only get 10 properties 1 year, or if it's only $1,500, then we would get 100 properties in. But I think the fiscal cap is the key. To Councillor Ashmore's question, this is only for municipal drinking water systems or municipal wastewater systems. So this particular case would be municipal wastewater only.
So Director, just for clarification, we're proposing in the motion to supplement 50% of the cost of the valve. So not $1,500, but 50% of that. The resident would have to come up with the other half. So is there any downside to, based on that, could we say the cap be at 100 homes and $75,000? It seems to be the same criteria than paying the whole thing.
So again, the $1,500 is an estimate based on an average installation cost. So where we would want is if we're going to pay or do a 50-50 share, it still is a trigger on how expensive those initial are. So if we want to limit to $75,000, and then we would just take on a number of applications that would fully utilize that $75,000, I'd be supportive of that. If we wanted to cap it to a maximum of 75 or 100 properties, that would also work well.
Okay, are you okay with that? 75,000 or 100 properties it'd be capped at per year. Okay, that makes sense. Councillor Ashmore, go ahead.
Yeah, my question is through you, Mr. Mayor, to the director. Like I gave an example a couple of weeks ago about the budget, about Ken Hill Beach Road. That's a public road, and there's some drainage issues there. The residents, it's not their responsibility to look after the drainage. I mean, they're living on pins and needles if they're going to have another flood like they did in January, which they did, the same day as that. It happened in Thurstonea, but mainly over in Ken Hill Beach Road. So why couldn't they be eligible? Because they're being affected by a rain event, and
are they on a water system?
They're not on a water system.
Well, this only applies to a backwater valve on a water system, city-controlled water system.
But I thought it's a sanitary sewer, or what do you call it? Wastewater, I guess, gray water, or ditch water. That water that comes in from our infrastructure that's negatively affecting their water getting into their basement, but they're just...
That's not going to come through a backflow preventer unless I'm misunderstanding the program. You know more about that than I do. A backflow is coming up through the municipal... Go ahead, Director.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So again, the intention of this program is where our municipal sanitary system is surcharging for whatever reason, or they have a backup at their property through the sanitary sewer into their basement and back into their basement. This has nothing to do with private or other municipal road drainage concerns that are flooding out properties on other roads. This is purely a device that's installed on a municipal sanitary system to prevent a surcharge into a residential home.
It was stormwater that I was referring to. So a rain event, then it gets into there. They have issues just like anybody else has in the towns.
It's not the same. It's not coming through the sanitary sewer. That's the difference.
So this only applies to sanitary sewer?
Yes.
On a municipal
Yes,
service?
on a municipal system, yes. Councillor O'Reilly?
Yes, there was mention in the report about inspections and inspection fees. Is the homeowner responsible for them?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. So as part of the rationale provided, there's a process that we would go through evaluation. So they would be an application process, and then assuming all the criteria is met, it would be approved for installation. They would still need to work with our building division to get all relevant permits, including plumbing permits and so on. So there would be additional costs responsible to the resident for those other permitting fees. So we're not proposing, and we don't have capability within the water wastewater division to impose relief under the building process, on the building permit process under the building division. So the resident would still be responsible for those costs. If that's at the end of the day, that's where our limitation is. So our relief under the subsidy program would be purely related to the physical cost of installation and purchase of that backwater valve, and not the other permitting process.
Agree. Thank you. Any further questions? CAO, go ahead.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, just so that I'm understanding sort of what the resolution is, just so we can take it back properly, I wonder if it would be valuable to refer it to staff to bring back option 1, program details and the financial implications. I'm just concerned that I wouldn't want to put a burden on the water wastewater user rate by budgeting sort of $75,000 a year. And although I think we're clear on what the direction might be or where it's heading, I wonder if there would be value in just referring it to bring that option forward with the sort of details of the program and any financial impacts. I mean, if not, you're proposing about almost 1% annual provision in the water wastewater budget that we would have to put aside and be ready for. Recognizing I'm hearing comments about the likelihood is quite low, potentially, but I just think we should make sure that we have the safeguards in place and the financial implications. That'd be my recommendation.
Your motion, Councillor. Okay, agree? So the motion, but to refer back to staff to come forward with the budget implications and the proposal, the whole proposal. Got that, Brian?
Absolutely, we can do that. There is comment in the financials about the fiscal impacts at the 150,000. It would be about a 0.8% increase on the user rate that we would hold that funds available. So at a 75,000, it would be a 0.4. But we can bring back the rounded program now that we have. If council agrees to the resolution on the floor, we can bring back a specific program, more detailed and clearer for council to understand on what they're approving.
Perfect. Thank you. You're good with that? Good with the seconder? Call the question. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. Thanks, Ron, for that. 7.7 is the Drinking Water Quality Management System Review and Endorsement. I think this is a pretty standard report, but Brian, do you want to, this is just something we have to get every year, right?
Yep, absolutely. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to council, it's very quickly, this is a required report. In order to maintain our drinking water licenses, we need to have a QMS plan in place under the Drinking Water Quality Management Standard. So this report is effectively requesting council's approval to endorse our QMS plans for both the city and for our contractor, Aqua. What we effectively do is request council's endorsement of those QMS plans through approval of this report, which then authorizes the mayor and the CEO to sign the QMS policy through the resolution. So it's an annual report, but it is required in order to maintain our drinking water approvals.
Thank you. Get a mover of the recommendation, please. Councillor Richardson, seconded by Councillor Vale. Any questions, comments? All in favor? That's passed. And 7.8 is street sweepings, characterization and potential for reuse. Staff be directed to explore practicality. Director, you want to give us a 30-second heads up?
Yeah, very quickly. Back in 2015, we started to look at potential for reuse for street sweeping material. So we've been taking samples on an annual basis and testing the quality of the material that we've been sweeping off our city roads that's applied through winter control services. and exploring options. And really all we're doing within this report is we're looking for council endorsement to look for the best and most suitable cost beneficial way to dispose of that material, whether it be used at landfills for alternative daily cover, or whether it be worked back into our sand and redeployed and reused as abrasives for winter control. We're just really looking for council's endorsement to continue on those processes. So it's really an informational report based on a resolution back in 2015 to undertake those that testing and report back to council.
Thank you. Councillor Riley, you'll move the recommendation as printed. Thank you. Second by Councillor Yeo. Questions? All in favor? That's passed. Thanks, Director. I think you're good.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. 7.9, the regulation of nuisance associated with cannabis cultivation and processing operations within the City of Kawartha Lakes. I believe this was a follow-up to your report request, Councillor Richardson. Robin Carlson is with us. There you are, our city solicitor. Hello, Robin.
Hello.
Do you want to, we can hear you okay. Do you want to give us a quick overview on 7.9 and we'll see where council wants to go?
Certainly. So this report has some proposed amendments in it of our property standards bylaw. You'll see attached at Appendix A of the report some amendments that would deal with some nuisance issues and some health and safety issues associated with cannabis cultivation in the city. More specifically, the property standards bylaw deals with ventilation of non-residential facilities to deal with noxious substances. However, with medical marijuana licenses resulting in noxious substances now being present in residential homes, these amendments would allow for ventilation of residential homes that have medical grow facilities within them. Secondly, the amendments proposed to the property standards bylaw to address medical cannabis or cannabis cultivation would propose to change exterior light standards so that the current standards state that you can't directly shine a light into a neighboring dwelling. This would widen the prohibition to say, don't shine your lights directly onto your neighbor's property. So this would deal with if you have evening illumination of exterior fields and you are doing perimeter lighting for security purposes of cannabis cultivation, say in an agricultural area where there was outside growing, that would be regulated to prevent nuisance to the neighbor. And these amendments are proposed to be provided to the Agricultural Development Advisory Committee, which meets next in December. And then a further report would come forward to council as a result of that consultation. One of the concerns, of course, is that there are protections under the Farming and Food Production Protection Act that protect normal agricultural activities. And so we want to make sure that these standards don't constrain normal agricultural activities. Secondly, we're proposing some changes at Appendix B, which are changes to the fees and charges bylaw, and that these changes would assist criminal enforcement of illegal cannabis cultivation by waiving our landfilling requirements for the police, which may have them seizing large quantities of cannabis product, and it would be a very expensive endeavor for the police to landfill those cannabis plants. This would provide a waiver for that. And finally, although in the council resolution that this is responding to, recommended that that we look at amendments to our zoning bylaws to deal with cannabis cultivation. Simply here in this report, we recognize that the planning department will be looking at lot sizes, we'll look at lot coverages, just to make sure that our existing zoning bylaws do appropriately locate cannabis cultivation in our municipality, and if they don't, to provide for further amendment following the public consultation process under the Planning Act.
Thank you. That makes sense. Councillor Richardson, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you. So I have one question regarding the recommendations. It says a further report's coming. Do we have a timestamp on that report?
I believe that perhaps Director Marshall may be able to speak to that. Or Mr. Darowitz, thank you.
Hi, yes, thank you, Robin. Through to the mayor, Chris, Marshall, and I discussed that exact question this morning, and we're looking at Q2 of 2021. If possible, we can get it earlier. We will try our best.
I have a few questions. Do we want to move it or just continue? No, that's fine. Okay. Thanks again, because I know I brought it to us in June, and in 5 months you've brought something back, which I really appreciate, and I'm sure the rest of the city of Kawartha Lakes does. I do have a few questions regarding, I was wondering what the actual role of the Agricultural Development Advisory Committee is going to be on this report.
So the request for consultation came through from our officer that Ms. Maloney, who deals with agriculture and agricultural development, and recognizing that cannabis cultivation is something that economic development has been working to create in this community. She wanted to make sure, and I agree that it's a very important thing, that the Agricultural Development Advisory Committee is consulted and their input is ascertained, so that they can indicate to us, back to council before we pass the bylaw, whether or not they're of the opinion that the changes that we made, which would be not the ventilation of your residential facility, but the with respect to the illumination, the outdoor perimeter lighting, would impact normal farm practices. So that is the reason for that consultation. And then following that consultation in December, a further report will be put in front of you with a bylaw that also indicates the committee's response to that consultation.
Okay, thank you.
Just further on that note, through to the mayor, OMAFRA, the Ontario Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs, does consider cannabis as a agricultural use, point blank, frankly. So it does make sense that these bylaws, these proposed amendments, do go forward to that body for a consultation.
Okay, thank you for answering that. I know it's a huge concern. We've had significant growth in the last year. This past year, there were 7 warrants for large grow-ops this year, and the largest being the 15,000 plants. I'm not targeting cannabis as, you know, being prohibited. I'm more concerned about making sure that it's compatible to the rural properties, because it's a huge issue with accountability because of these licenses. So for me, that's one of the big issues right now, is I know they're knocking on the door and they want to come in and start you know, these operations up. And I know that all of us councillors around here are hearing it on almost a weekly basis. So I said my major concern right now is not targeting cannabis, but it's targeting those bylaws that, you know, get in place for the zoning. I wanted to point out one thing. Brock and Scugog have implemented interim control bylaws prohibiting the use in the meantime while regulations are being developed. Is this something that we would consider?
Through to the mayor, I believe that was something that was considered earlier this year. But that interim control bylaw was not something that was moved forward with. I may be speaking out of turn here. I've only been with the municipality for about 5 months, so this was something that predates me a little bit. But that was something that was considered and just never came forward.
Okay, thank you. Now, I've noticed Aaron has joined the conversation screen here. I was wondering if you wanted to perhaps give us a little bit of background on what's happened in our municipality in the last year.
Sure, through the mayor to council. I can just briefly give you guys, because there's two issues here really. So a brief update on where we are with enforcement. There certainly is the criminal element that seems to be wanting to come in and utilize our agricultural properties, thereby reducing legitimate agricultural practices in that footprint. So part of the reason why we're here is the frustration in the lack of enforcement that we can certainly exercise. So we're looking at resolving that issue. But out of this, we have enhanced our relationship with both police services. So tackling sort of the criminal side of it, we're able to very quickly exchange information now. 90% of the time we can validate if there is licenses available. We've actually assisted on a number of the investigations and their removal of the crops for overgrowth. From that standpoint, I think that we've made some great advancement, with the amendments to the property standards bylaw that are being suggested, it just gives us another little tool in our belt to address some of the nuisance issues, whether legitimate or not. We can communicate to the property owners that there's a problem. So that's kind of where we are with it currently. And I know it's a big issue that is going to get continual study over the next little time period until we come back to council with another report. And yeah, happy to have any other questions.
Okay. Good?
Sure.
Okay. Look at Councillor Yo's got a question, and then I'll, if you want to move it, I'll come back to you.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So why are we subsidizing the police to bury this stuff in our landfills, take up landfill space, when why aren't we trying to market it and sell it to somebody who's licensed?
Well, that's exactly what I had asked the group. And my understanding is that often these illegal grow-ups produce a product that doesn't meet the specifications that are required, and therefore it's waste product.
No, because it's way better than the stuff they grow. Thank you, that's the answer
I think that's enough questions from Councillor Yo today. Thank you. Councillor Riley, you had a question?
Yes, seeing you've been involved in the laying of the charges, and most recently I've heard that there has, because of the court backlog, that some of the charges have been dismissed. Would that be an accurate statement?
I would highly doubt that, as nothing has been happening in the provincial offences court. With respect to the criminal court, things have been happening very slowly. I can defer to my colleague, Mr. Sloan, but my understanding is that withdrawals are not at this point happening.
Okay.
Yep, and through the mayor to the councillor, I totally agree with Robin's statement. We have a number of matters, unfortunately, in criminal court myself, with my division here, and they are proceeding. It is slow, and the dates keep getting pushed out further and further. So court resources are slowly coming back online.
Thank you. You want to move the recommendation, Councillor Richardson?
Yes, I would, and I also want to emphasize that I think it's really important about getting that second report back, just showing the zoning regulations so we can get some accountability put in place.
That's a no for Jonathan. Q2 or sooner, right? All right. You moved it, seconder. You'll second that, Councillor Elmsley. Any further, you have a question, Councillor Ashmore?
I just had a friendly amendment that the mover would agree to have it by the end of the first quarter, because these plants are in the greenhouse and then they're transplanted by April. It'll be too late by then. So, I mean, I don't think it's a big ask just to move it up a couple more months if we could get it done before the end of the first quarter.
Well, maybe that's a question to the planner just on workload and what they're trying to get their head around. Is end of Q1 realistic, or are we setting an unrealistic expectation?
Through to the mayor, to the councillor, I understand the growing statement you made 100%. We will, end of Q1, there has been a fair bit of work done on this file up to this point, especially in preparation of this report in particular that we're discussing right now. End of Q1, I think, is end of Q1 to have for the public meeting, or is end of Q1 for the the regulations or for a decision in front of council, I guess, is a question back.
I think we're looking for a decision in front of council to put some rules in place as soon as possible. So, you would have to go through the public consultation before that came back to council. So I know that's some of your time constraints.
Yeah. We will try our best to get it at the end of Q1.
Okay. Does that work? Okay. Councillor Vail, go ahead.
Just in light of some of the time constraints and the conversation around there, what is the hesitancy with putting in place an interim bylaw until something permanent can be done?
I'm not sure there was a hesitancy. I think council decided not to go that route when the options were before us way back when we asked for this report, but I'll refer to the CAO. Do you remember? That was an option for council. We chose not to go there, I believe.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. And so if council opted to move forward, there is some Planning Act requirements that we need to follow even to pass, or for you to pass, an interim control bylaw. What that would essentially do, though, is prohibit any and all activities, and then there's certain criteria that we have to meet through council to study and look at bringing back. So it's an interim, meaning it's a short period of time, or for a year, but you have to do certain actions and activities. It's not just a stopgap, and it really just does prohibit it entirely. So this approach is really looking at it and saying, well, let's go through the Planning Act process anyways. The fact that multiple bylaws would need to be amended, I think, is why you're seeing a bit of a time lag, but you would have good public consultation in Q1, probably shortly thereafter, you'd be able to have permanent zoning in place anyways. So I think this gets you quicker to where you want to be overall.
I think with winter being here as well, to Councillor Ashmore's point, they're indoors, and if they can work toward, Q1, end of Q1 if possible, I think we're probably good at this point, if you're okay with that. Okay, so you got a mover. Who seconded? Councillor Elmsley second. Any further questions? All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. Jonathan, on another note, I'm hearing good things about your work in the community, so I'm sure they're just rumors, but keep up the good work.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that very much.
Thank you. And so what are we... That is our reports for today. We have no closed session. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Yeo and Elmsley, all in favor? That's passed. Thank you.